advises government on investment policy and advocates for a competitive business environment. Uganda Investment Authority operates a one-stop center, which is the first point of contact for potential investors. It was established to facilitate the setup of investment in Uganda. Through the one-stop center, investors have access to all services required to set up a business and acquire an investment license in less than 24 hours. With your investment license, you will have access to Uganda's attractive tax and non-tax incentives. Here are the available investment opportunities in Uganda.
in our people. We believe in their health, their wealth, their dreams, their businesses, and their future. This is why we believe in sustainability and through the pillars of social impact, the economy, financial inclusion, a greener future, youth centricity, diversity, and women. We intend to make progress and impact lives positively at all levels. Through our business incubator, SACCO initiative, Stanbic graduate program, participation in Taso Butonde and running out of trees, Stanbic for Her, and National Schools Championship, we as Stanbic Uganda remain committed to the growth and development of all. We believe in Uganda.
It is a fact that the SME business is the fastest growing segment in Uganda for our economy. Actually employ over 2.5 million people, and they cut across all sectors, in trade, in services, in manufacturing, and therefore it's an important part of our economy that we need to support and we need to grow.
Stanbic Bank is the best. They have been giving us efficient amounts of money whenever it is required. They engaged us in different products, and part of it was guarantee from a bank.
Whatever we do at impact level, we want to translate into three things. One, we want the businesses that we support to contribute to the growth of the economy. The second one is that the businesses we support must contribute to the transformation of society. Then the third one is to create a dynamic and vibrant business sector in this country.
So within that enterprise banking, we bank our SMEs both on transactional products, so we do their payments and collections, but we also lend them money to be able to grow their businesses. As a bank, we work very closely with our incubator to support our SMEs in training, to just put in place systems and structures that will support them to meet their needs to create that sustainability.
We believe in Uganda. We believe in our people. We believe in their health, their wealth, their dreams, their businesses, and their future. This is why we believe in sustainability and through the pillars of social impact, the economy, financial inclusion, a greener future, youth centricity, diversity, and women. We intend to make progress and impact lives positively at all levels. Through our business incubator, SACCO initiative, Stanbic graduate program, participation in Taso Butonde and running out of trees, Stanbic for Her, and National Schools Championship, we as Stanbic Uganda remain committed to the growth and development of all. We believe in Uganda.
Private sector is the biggest employer of any sphere of engagement. The private sector employs more people than government. The private sector pays taxes. Those taxes go to the treasury. The treasury then allocates that money in the national budget. When they read the budget on June the 3rd, they are basically saying, this is the money we collected from you, and this is how we are going to spend it. It's only fair that the private sector takes the lead in terms of growing that profile. Like I said earlier, a lot of our business engagements are largely very, very primary products. So raw coffee, raw maize, raw iron ore. We need to transform that into steel. For that to happen, we need incentives. We need financial support. We need to mechanize. We need to train our private sector to skill business development services. All those things boost an economy and essentially create jobs, bring in income. But at the end of the day, we need to export. But we don't need to export at the primary level again. we need to export at value addition, and that sometimes does not come easy. That's why we are discussing the need to have joint ventures. So the summit in February and March was the first of its kind between Uganda and South Africa. Previously, the summits were political, and they were based on diplomatic and political discussions. So as Private Sector Foundation, we met with a couple of private sector players in South Africa, mainly the Ugandan business community in Southern Africa. And we felt that summits from now onwards should really include the business community. And so PSFU offered to be the secretariat of the Ugandan contingent. And so we went to South Africa and had sideline meetings with the business community. Now, in those meetings, we mooted a couple of things. Number one was the need to increase trade and investment between Uganda and South Africa. We felt that it was necessary to reverse, to improve, but also to bolster our trade relationships. But being an African country, it was necessary that then we discuss elements of technology transfer, joint ventures. So essentially, we invited South African companies to come to Uganda and be part of the industrial transformation and value addition regime. The other element that we saw that was critical was the unfavorable travel to South Africa, which means that, for example, to go to South Africa, you need a South African visa. Many of our neighbors have visa-free entry access to the country. Uganda is still challenged. We felt that it was necessary that South Africa and Uganda removes visa requirements. We at Private Sector Foundation have been very pivotal in ensuring that we have as many members coming onto the table. We have 12 sectors: manufacturing, trade, ICT, minerals, oil and gas. We've got construction companies, financial services, professional services, tourism. Even the creative sector is going to be part of that. We need to have that discussion. Education is big. I trained in South Africa myself at Rhodes University in Grahamstown. It's important that the people in Grahamstown can come and have an exchange with Makerere University, UCU, Uganda Matters University. So the discussion is big, but it needs a sense of coordination. You must have a point of contact. And PSFU is that place of contact. We want to be the epicenter. We want to be a nerve center. We want to be a distributor. We want to be the midfielder, or the midwife, if you like, of some of these opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final call. If you have a delegate who's not yet here with us, please ask them to join us. We would like to start in the next few minutes. We want to welcome you and thank you for joining us for this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. On behalf of the organizers, we want to appreciate you and thank you so much for joining us this morning. We will have the opening session of the summit shortly. That, of course, will start with the anthems and then the formal speeches before the fast coffee break that will lead us into the very fast plenary session. Later this afternoon, we will have the breakaway sessions, the parallel sessions that will happen, and we will indicate which rooms, which session will be taking place. And one particular session that initially was closed is now open, and that will also be highlighted. So if you look at your program and your entire conference guide, you will notice the afternoon sessions, they have 4 plenary sessions. All the plenary sessions are open, and we will guide you which particular room will hold which session. Once again, we welcome you. It's really the final call as we await the honorable ministers who will be joining us shortly for us to start the summit. Apologies, please take your seats. But I like the fact that you're attentive. And what was more surprising is the South Africans got up before the Ugandans. Please note that if you're Ugandan and you remain seated, that is criminal. All right? But thank you. I like the technical team. They wanted to keep you at attention. All right, not yet. When the ministers come, we'll do the formal anthems. Thank you.
At any time from wherever you are for your personal or business banking and live your life uninterrupted.
DFCU, with pleasure.
Whether you run a hotel that's part of a global group or you're building your hospitality empire from the ground up, you can now keep your guests entertained and coming back for more with DSTV for Business. The world's best entertainment delivered in crystal clear HD through our SAT IP system. How does it work? Well, SAT IP is short for Satellite Over Internet Protocol Distribution System. It sounds complicated, but it's really quite simple. The SAT IP system seamlessly integrates over an existing or new Ethernet network and uses a regular HDMI cable to connect a DSTV HD5S decoder to up to 23 hotel rooms. Our latest decoder models are also system compatible and only require a USB to Ethernet adapter to connect. For all decoder models, a gigabit Ethernet switch will be required for internet connectivity. Now that we've covered the technical requirements, let's take a look at the system's many advantages. It's affordable, quick, and easy to install. It's also low maintenance, and it's 100% scalable. Plus, the choice is yours with our DSTV Stay package. You can select from the Ultra, Essential, or Basic bouquets, all specially curated and designed for the hospitality industry. And there you have it, total flexibility to match your needs and your budget. Give your guests the best accommodation experience so they come back again and again. Our world-class DSTV entertainment is geared for your business. Contact us now and give your guests one more great reason to choose your business.
We believe in our people. We believe in their health, their wealth, their dreams, their businesses, and their future. This is why we believe in sustainability and through the pillars of social impact, the economy, financial inclusion, a greener future, youth centricity, diversity, and women. We intend to make progress and impact lives positively at all levels. Through our business incubator, SACCO initiative, Stanbic Graduate Program, participation in Taso Butonde and Running Out of Trees, Stanbic for Her, and National Schools Championship, we as Stanbic Uganda remain committed to the growth and development of all. We believe in Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have a copy of the summit, there is screens in the room with a QR code. And I noticed all of you have very nice, beautiful gadgets. Please scan the QR code. You'll get the entire program guide for the day. Myself and the COPSFU, Stephen, will run you through that program. But for you to have your own copy, scan the QR code on the screen. There is 4 screens in the room on either side of the tent. You will be able to get the entire program guide for today. Our coffee will be on the other side where the lounge is. As you walk out to the left, that's where coffee will be. And for those of you who just want to ensure your makeup looks fantastic, and the men want to adjust the tie, there's areas of convenience at the back behind the tent, or you could make your way to the poolside, depending on if you've sat too long and you want to take a short walk. So you have areas of convenience at the back and at the poolside.
only person who worked for you was you. Yep. My family was growing. I worked 16-hour days to put food on the table.
You needed to do something different that would help you stand out, and it made all the difference.
I could barely keep my shelves stocked.
You started this business to feed your family.
Now it's the family business.
We see you're great. Katukuyambe Samu with Absa Business Banking. Speak to us about how we can help you get it done. That's Africanacity. That's Absa.
Uganda Investment Authority is a government agency whose role is to promote, attract, and facilitate foreign and domestic investment in Uganda. The agency advises government on investment policy and advocates for a competitive business environment. Uganda Investment Authority operates a one-stop center, which is the first point of contact for potential investors. It was established to facilitate the setup of investment in Uganda. Through the one-stop center, investors have access to all services required to set up a business and acquire an investment license in less than 24 hours. With your investment license, you will have access to Uganda's attractive tax and non-tax incentives. Here are the available investment opportunities in Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable ministers are joining us very shortly. As you can hear the drums, the African beat, welcoming the honorable ministers to join us here in the plenary tent. As soon as they join us, we will have the anthems and then a word of prayer before we then formally start with our opening ceremony for this two-day Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. On behalf of the organizing team, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our embassies and high commissions, and on behalf of the partners and sponsors, I want to thank you so much for joining us for this two-day summit. I want to now take the pleasure of requesting, ladies and gentlemen, if we could be upstanding. May we stand? The honorable ministers have joined us. We want to welcome you, honorable ministers. Thank you so much for joining us. And as soon as the ministers have settled in, I will invite the anthems. We'll have both the Uganda anthem and the South African anthem. And immediately after that, as I said, we will have a word of prayer. So let's let the protocol teams handle the arrangements for the honorable ministers. We want to thank the Crane performers for inviting and guiding our invited guests, and of course our leaders of delegation and the honorable ministers who are joining us for this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. Honorable ministers, you're welcome, and as soon as we have allocated the seats, we will have the anthems played. And allow me request that we all remain standing, and we'll have the Uganda national anthem and the South African anthem. Anthems, please.
Yizwa imitandazo yetu, Nkosi sigelela thina nosapho lwayo, murena buluka setshaba sa Yesu, ufedise tintwale matswenye, usibuluke, sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Die blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons ziel. Voor ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die krause antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Please remain standing. I now invite the MTN Uganda CEO, Ms. Sylvia Mlinge, to come and lead us in a word of prayer.
Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, CEOs and Captains of Industry, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Uganda. Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Dear Father, we thank you for this day. It is indeed the day that you have made, and we rejoice and are glad in it. We thank you for the opportunity to serve this great nation of Uganda and the roles that each of us play as we all bring our hearts and minds together to bring to fulfillment the destiny of this great nation. We also thank you for our partners from the nation of South Africa who have come here to spend their time, their resources to help us accelerate the destinies of these two great nations. We know we do not find ourselves here by mistake, but by your divine orchestration. And we therefore pray that as we lend our service and our hearts to this summit, may your will be done as you use us to birth and bring to life that which you desire to see for the purposes of your kingdom. For such a time as this, we are gathered, and we therefore pray, Lord, that let the gates of this great nation be opened up to prosperity, innovation, resources, and the spirit of serving one another for the generations to come. It is indeed our time as Africa. It is our time as Uganda. And we pray that, Lord, you will lead us to resolve and unlock the challenges that have plagued us and truly accelerate us by your Spirit as we humble ourselves to do your service, to serve this country, and to serve you, our God. Be with us these 2 days and bless all the works of our hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please do take your seats, and thank you very much, Pastor Sylvia Mlinge. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maurice Mugisha. I will be your co-program director with my colleague Stephen Asimwe, the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Stephen, please come and run us through our dignitaries protocol and invite our very first speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the very first Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. Makofi.
Thank you very much, Maurice, and good morning to everybody. Good morning. Good morning. We are about 1 degree north of the equator, and one of the characteristics of the equator is that when you get to that 0 point, you neither move south nor north. And there is an old legend that says that if someone greets you near the equator and you don't answer back, you actually get sacked. So, good morning, everybody. Okay, I can see people who would love to stay on earth here. The protocol is big. Honorable ministers, excellencies, ambassadors, captains of industry, a very big contingent of private sector, investors, media, but very importantly, in our African culture, we'd like to welcome all the visitors who have come to this very auspicious conference. I'd like my compatriots in Uganda to give a big hand clap to our visitors from South Africa. It's always good to have our brothers and sisters who are here. A big thank you to the media fraternity, but also very, very importantly to thank the sponsors who have made this possible, most notably MTN. A big hand clap to you. Absa Bank, Sanlam, Stanbic, Nile Breweries, DFCU, MultiChoice, Woolworth, Momo, MTN, and obviously Private Sector Foundation, where I belong. So give the sponsors a big hand clap. So a very welcome to all of you for coming here. We will be introducing you in your different capacities at the very right time. But suffice to say that we have a packed program. We have government and private sector. And in private sector, we speak one language. We speak money. We speak business. We speak deals. So we're here to do business. And we are here to do business with each other. We are here to share ideas. We are here to share experiences. We are here to share technological advances. We are here to meet with government officials. But most importantly, we are here as brothers and sisters. We are here for fraternal relations. And therefore, all of you are welcome. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Morrison Rakakamba, the chairman of the Uganda Investment Authority. He's here to set the stage on behalf of government, on behalf of the investment fraternity, to come and give his remarks. And after that, he'll be followed by the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, who will also be speaking to welcome the business people, the investors, and the different private sector players. Pleasure to invite you, Morrison. Thank you. A big hand clap as he comes.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning. Good morning. This is Uganda, South Africa. Good morning. What another historic occasion. The honorable ministers present from the sister countries, Uganda and South Africa, Your Excellency ambassadors present, our visitors, the South African business delegation, once again very welcome. And the Ugandan business community, where are you? Very, very welcome. Government officials, directors from the South African Investment Agency, the chairperson of Uganda's Private Sector Foundation, the chairman of MTN, our premier sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Uganda Investment Authority, I really want to thank the governments of Uganda and South Africa for putting together this Investment and Trade Summit. It's very much a reciprocal event because I recall when South Africa, February this year, and it hasn't taken so much turnaround for the Ugandan team to organize, mobilize, and make sure that the investment community of South Africa, the business community of South Africa, come to Uganda to continue the discussions of actualizing investment and the progress discussions we started. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda and South Africa do retain historical relations that started way back from the liberation struggles. And it was very, very heartfelt for me, and I think it reverberated across this room when that anthem, Kosi Sikelele, was sounded to us. It is very, very historical, and I'm very, very happy that those relations are now metastasizing or transforming into investment and business relations. This is not just the start, really. We know that here in Uganda, we already have a relationship in business across a number of sectors. For the telecommunications sector, I think it is self-evident because we are now too much umbrella of the MTN, Momo. Banks, there is already a relationship across the banking sector, insurance, energy, animal husbandry, media. And on a lighter note, I think most of the wines we drink here also serve to deepen our brotherhood and cousinship. I think there is a certain brand called Four Cousins, which is very much known to be coming from South Africa. So apart from being brothers, you are cousins. I want to talk about Uganda's investment climate, which is very attractive, especially because our countries have together worked to negotiate markets that would allow the investment to happen seamlessly. We are 45 million people, and we are members of the East African community, which is 300 million people. And if you look across the entire COMESA region, where we have a membership, we become 700 million people. But we have worked so hard, including working with South Africa, to make sure that we sign and ratify the Continental Africa Free Trade Area, which is a combined market of 1.3 billion people. So what that demonstrates is that everything you invest here, you have access to that market. And recently, we welcomed the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a 243 billion market, into the East African community. I wanted to talk about some specific opportunities where I do believe South Africans, because of your expertise, experience, and pedigree, can quickly leverage. And one of those areas is minerals. At the onset, I can state that our valuation as Uganda Investment Authority of unexploited minerals still under our soils, the valuation is at 620 billion United States dollars. And once the processing and value addition is done, that value quadruples. And I will give you examples. If you look at the rare earth elements or rare earth minerals, the valuation is at $370 billion. If you look at copper and cobalt, And I know those who are involved in minerals know that the price point for cobalt is growing geometrically. And our valuation is at 3.9 billion United States dollars. And I can tell you that government of Uganda is working on the paperwork. Very soon, we are going, I think, to advertise globally. Kilembe mines, very rich in copper and cobalt. Uganda government is looking for a partner under an arrangement that will be articulated very soon. So for investors in that sector, we need you to keep an eye. Gold, the valuation we have is at $3.4 billion. And all these numbers, return on investment, are articulated, and we have the documents at Uganda Investment Authority we are ready to share with you. If you talk of vermiculite, 11.5 billion United States dollars. And for iron and steel processing, valuation for the iron ore we have is at $15.6 billion. If you go to Muko, this is in western Uganda, Muko in Kigezi, we have huge deposits. And you can talk, I think, to Mr. Nzei of Private Sector Foundation, he comes from there. I also know that Chairman Mbire comes from there. They know the exact spot in Muko where these iron ore deposits are. And our iron ore deposits, in terms of quality, are the second best in the world, only second to Peru. So, it's a huge opportunity for us, among other minerals. I know that the MTN is very much interested in agriculture, agro-processing, and value addition in agriculture sector. And I suspect that is why the Honorable Minister, Honorable Brightroy Mrama, who arrived early, is from that sector. And we want to thank you for supporting the agricultural value chains. But I will mention a few specifics before I come to my conclusion. That agricultural value addition in Uganda is one of the most profitable investment and business where you can invest. And our studies at Uganda Investment Authority show that the average earnings before interest and tax are one of the highest in Africa, between 33 to 35%. If you look at value addition and processing opportunity for some specific products, let's say for coffee. In Uganda, the processing and value addition opportunity for coffee per annum, you are looking at 1.3 million metric tons, is at 1.8 billion United States dollars. That's an opportunity, coffee alone. If you look at cocoa, the processing opportunity for 1.2 metric tons, 1.2 million metric tons, is at 2.4 billion United States dollars. If you go for fish farming and fish feed industry, the opportunity is at $112 million per annum. Even some things like soybean, where we know South Africa produces a lot, but we are also ratcheting it up. We produce around 460 million metric tons, and the value addition and processing opportunity is at 290 million United States dollars. Milk. We recently got a huge market to export our milk to markets like Algeria. West Africa is still importing milk from Europe. But we have an opportunity here, which is valued at over 6.1 billion United States dollars. So it's another huge opportunity. But Uganda Investment Authority and Ministry of Agriculture, as we deep dive in the afternoon through the sessions, will be able to provide more deep dive and granular details. But broadly, I want to repeat the incentives, such that the investors can know about them. If you invest in Uganda, especially in the agricultural sector, where you are using 80% of our raw materials employing 70% of Ugandans, where we actually also look at the payroll, the money is going to Ugandans, then you are eligible for a 10-year tax holiday. And South African investors, once you invest here, you can own your business 100% and repatriate all the money you make in terms of profits as long as you have paid our taxes. So we are not going to force you into, we encourage the private, we encourage the PPPs, we encourage the joint ventures, but if you want to own your business 100%, as long as you pay our taxes, we have no problem with you. You come and invest. We give a 10-year tax holiday on income derived for renting out facilities in our industrial parks. We give import duty exemptions on plant and machinery. We also give free land in our industrial parks. If you want to set up a factory, if you want to set up any manufacturing facility, free land. And recently, Uganda Investment Authority secured over 12 square miles of land dedicated, and it is going to be serviced land dedicated for industrial parks. We have 100% allowable expenditure on training, meaning if you train Ugandans and you are keeping your records very well, when you are submitting your tax returns to the taxman, I've seen Kagumire commissioner from URA here. Once you're submitting, that's deductible. That money is returned to you. Because we are also moving into a knowledge economy, we allow 100% expenditure on research and development. If you spend on research and development, and you show Uganda, you show the Revenue Authority that you spent money on research and development, that's deductible. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, is that Uganda is fully peaceful and secure border to border, and thanks to the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni for making that happen. Uganda Investment Authority offers coordinated institutional support for 16 government agencies at its one-stop center, where you go and you register your business, you get your license in 2 hours. You just go on our website, 2 hours, you already have an investment license. And while doing all of that, we are guided by the triple bottom line. We focus on people, but we care about profit. But most importantly, we care about the planet. That's why we pursue sustainable development and green economy. Thank you very much, and have good deliberations.
A big hand clap to the chairman of the Uganda Investment Authority. While he was speaking, he mentioned gold. I felt like changing professions and going into the mining sector, because obviously the returns are big. Thank you very much for those remarks from a government agency that's responsible for facilitating investment. Now, for the investment to be successful, you must have a private sector to create that enabler to facilitate that process. I would like to invite in a special way the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei. He heads a consortium of 12 sectors: manufacturing, agriculture, trade, tourism, financial services, construction, health and education, and is here with the full team of the board. I would like to ask them to stand as chairman makes his way, just for recognition. Yeah, please clap for them. Mr. Chairman, it's your turn to speak about the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you very much to all our guests here today. Our honorable ministers, our excellencies, the ambassadors, our government officials, permanent secretaries and heads of government agencies, our chairman, board of directors, MTN, who is our host today, our board members of Private Sector Foundation, our sponsors, captains of industry, and all our delegates. I would like to extend a cordial welcome to each of you to this beautiful nation of Uganda, which is often celebrated as the Pearl of Africa. We convene here for the South Africa-Uganda Business Summit, where we aspire to cultivate and strengthen our prosperous business bonds we initiated on our visit to South Africa in March. Today we stand at the threshold of forging new frontiers in business and investment cooperation between us and between the vibrant communities of Uganda and South Africa. In February of this year, we were graciously hosted in South Africa for the Uganda-South Africa Business Summit, which was a resounding success, I must say. As our two presidents mentioned at that time, Uganda and South Africa have a long history of collaboration. Firstly, on the political front, with our Pan-African outlook and our collaborative fight for the freedom of all our peoples from colonial and the apartheid regimes. And now, secondly, to the economic partnerships that we have forged between our two nations. Uganda already boasts a large number of South African companies, ranging from MTN to ABSA. Two of our top 5 banks in Uganda, Stanbic and ABSA, are South African banks. Eskom, to name a few, and many, many more. I'm happy to report that we have over 70 South African companies registered in Uganda who collectively have invested over $2.4 billion in this economy. They also report that they are happy with their investments and are reaping large rewards in the form of dividends. I don't know, Chairman Mbire, I think you can confirm this. The purpose of our meeting here in Uganda is to further strengthen those ties and to bring a greater synergy between our two nations. The recent pandemic and the current state of world affairs has shone a light on the need for African nations to increase trade and reliance on one another, rather than on our traditional trading partners. We must take advantage of the Africa Free Trade Area agreements to open up a common market for each other's goods and services. On behalf of Uganda's thriving private sector, and personally, I extend my profound gratitude to our cherished partners. We acknowledge the unwavering dedication of both the governments of Uganda and South Africa, along with the invaluable support rendered by Uganda's High Commission in South Africa and South Africa's High Commission here in Uganda. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to MTN and our other partners whose relentless commitment has paved the way for the resounding success of these summits. Allow me to offer some insights into the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. PSFU stands as the apex body representing Uganda's private sector landscape. We comprise of a dynamic consortium of 320 business associations, which in turn represent over 3 million business enterprises. Our membership spans over 12 pivotal sectors in the Ugandan economy, including manufacturing, agriculture and agribusiness, oil, gas and mineral development, energy, trade and commerce, logistics and transport, construction and real estate, human resources and skills development, culture and the creative arts. Since its inception in 1995, PSFU has played an instrumental role in advocating for private sector's interests while fostering capacity building. We serve as a vital conduit for constructive dialogue with the government, acting as its implementing partner for initiatives aimed at propelling the private sector into a dynamic role as the engine for economic growth of Uganda. PSFU's overarching mission revolves around enhancing private sector investment and productivity, driven by the creation of an enabling business environment characterized by effective governance, efficient markets, and robust human development. We commend the government of Uganda for its unwavering commitment to nurturing such an environment, attracting both local and foreign direct investment that has thrived within this business climate. PSFU has also evolved beyond its traditional role, now standing as a multifaceted private sector think tank and innovation hub. This transformation is closely aligned with the aspirations of the government of Uganda and the United Nations UNDP. PSFU's ethos is firmly rooted in the 12 sectors that are pivotal in propelling Uganda's economic growth. As an organization, we have 4 key areas of focus. Number 1 is engaging in research and evidence-based advocacy on behalf of the private sector to enhance the business environment in Uganda. Secondly, spearheading capacity building and business development initiatives to fortify the private sector. We currently have over $320 million under management for such initiatives. Number 3, creating jobs specifically for women and the youth of this nation through our projects and initiatives. And fourthly, the capacity building of our membership organizations. The significance of this summit. This momentous business forum seeks to fortify and consolidate the enduring economic ties that bind Uganda and South Africa. Our primary goal is to strengthen existing alliances, foster fresh collaborations, and forge joint ventures that will enrich the trade and investment landscapes in both Uganda and South Africa. At the heart of this summit lies the imperative task of addressing obstacles impeding the free flow of people and goods, an issue that has direct repercussions on trade and investment. During our visit to South Africa earlier this year, we articulated the desire as the private sector to see our governments resolve the visa barriers. We received assurances from both governments, and we are optimistic that this summit will provide the impetus to propel these critical initiatives forward. I'm already happy to report that our entrepreneurs are having discussions already as we speak in areas ranging from agriculture to trade to tourism to ICT, among others. And it is our hope that at this summit, we shall transform these interactions into solid contracts. Why Uganda? The total value of Uganda's exports to South Africa currently stands at $20.7 million, while South Africa's exports to Uganda stand at $187 million. We firmly believe that there exists the potential to grow this significantly in the next decade. Uganda's key imports from South Africa encompass electronic and electrical equipment, motor vehicles, machinery, all valued at around $46 million. Whilst Uganda, in contrast, our principal exports to South Africa are medicines at $13.1 million, coffee at $2.8 million, and raw tobacco at $1.2 million. With Uganda's current coffee production, there is substantial opportunity to increase our exports to South Africa more than tenfold. Currently, South Africa is buying coffee from the same European markets that Uganda exports to, which makes no sense. We are far better off dealing directly with each other and doing away with these middlemen. Uganda's foreign direct investment is nothing short of significant. In 2022, FDIs witnessed a remarkable surge to $474 million, predominantly channeled towards coffee and the mining sectors, which is a rebound from the downturn during the pandemic. Our biggest opportunities in Uganda, as my colleague said there, is mineral development. We currently have about 600 $120 billion potential in our mineral sector. And we know what South Africa has done in their mineral sector. So we look to you to look at Uganda as a prime investment destination. Uganda also has 6.9 million hectares of very fertile arable land. So farming and agriculture is another area where we look to see investment. Uganda is also a substantial exporter of fish. We currently export about $150 million of fish. So there's huge potential for fish farming within Lake Victoria. You can see it out there. There's huge potential for fish farming to increase those exports many, many fold. And as was mentioned earlier on, Uganda is one of the leading exporters of milk in this region. We currently have an annual production that exceeds 2.8 billion liters of milk. And what we're looking for is investment in value addition in the milk value chain, processing into yogurts, into powdered milk, into cheese, and other products. However, we do have bottlenecks. To facilitate effective trade and ensure free movement of people and goods, it is imperative that our standards bureaus harmonize standards between our two countries. This discussion began earlier this year on the sidelines of the South Africa-Uganda Business Summit, and we are optimistic that further strides in this direction will be taken during this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the potential of Africa, particularly Uganda and South Africa, is boundless. However, our pursuit must not be one of competition, but rather one of collaboration, partnerships, and joint ventures that will enable us to unlock these opportunities for our rapidly growing youth and strengthen our economies. Uganda and its people in particular are open for business. In 2021, Uganda was voted the happiest people in the East African community. And I think we rank 83rd globally. So your journey here will not only be financially rewarding, but you will also immerse yourself in the warmth and hospitality that defines our beautiful nation. I welcome you all to the Pearl of Africa. Thank you very much.
Surely we can give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Chairman, Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Just before I invite our next speaker, you will see quite a bit of activity behind me. That's allowed. I just wanted to run you through a couple of things. One is that we have an exhibition area just behind the tent. We have 30 exhibitors there, and it would be unfair if you're here with us and you don't find time to make your way to the exhibition area where both Ugandan and South African companies are exhibiting, but also the Ugandan agencies you need to be able to inform you on the right decisions you want to make, whether it's investing or being able to find the right partners for your imports or export, either way. The lounge just by the poolside where we will have coffee is also an area where you will have meetings, especially the B2B meetings. They will be all the agencies that you need in the same room. So when you walk there, when we have coffee, we're expecting a lot of you would want to meet some of the agencies that are represented here, Ugandan agencies, South African agencies, but also an area where South African investors who are looking to invest or who are looking to partner with our exporters can meet each other within the lounge. And that's an area we have designated, and we thank our partners for that. I also thought it would be important for us to recognize our key stakeholders. Please put your hands together for the following institutions. And I want us to start with our anchor partner, the anchor partner for this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit, MTN Group. Can we give them a round of applause? Just so that, Sylvia can give me more money after this. So MTN invested about 5 million rand into this summit. And I'm saying that so the South Africans know how big this is, right? For the Ugandans, that's 1.5 billion shillings. That's how big this investment is for MTN. And I really want to thank the MTN Group. Thank you, sir, for supporting this summit. And I remember Yolande in South Africa committing to support this in February. I think it was the night of the 27th of February this year. She promised they would support the Ugandan summit, and I'm glad MTN came through. We want to thank you. I want to also recognize our other partners, our platinum sponsor, ABSA. Can we give them a round of applause? We also had in that category Sanlam, Stanbic, and Nile Breweries. Please give them a round of applause. And again, a very special thank you to the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. They're not only here to tell us what to do, but they put in some money, and we want to thank you. A big round of applause for the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, our other key partners, DFCU Bank, MultiChoice, Woolworth, MTN Momo, and of course, all the key stakeholders that are in this room that represent the agencies that are here. I know for the South African team, there are specific agencies you'd like to see. And for those who are not in the lounge and maybe here, allow me just recognize these key partners, and you will need to know them because they are critical for your investment and business decisions you're making while you're here. The Uganda Investment Authority is here. Can all the team from the Uganda Investment Authority stand? If you're here, Uganda Investment Authority, we have a team at the back, we have a team at the front led by the chairman. Thank you, Morrison Rakakamba. We have a team from Uganda Revenue Authority, the taxman. A lot of you don't like them, but they're here. And they're represented. I see Abo and his team there. Thank you so much. The South Africans, you want the taxman, he's behind there. And there's also a tax lady. I would suggest the tax lady. The taxman is usually a bit difficult. We also have our key stakeholder, the Presidential Advisory Council on Exports and Industrial Development, PASID. PASID, I know a couple of representatives are here. People from PASID, are you here? Or you're already much making? All right, PASID is at the back. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And all of you, our key institutions that are represented here. I also need to mention that we are broadcasting the summit live on the national broadcaster, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. So if you say, camera, please smile. Somebody is watching in South Africa and in Uganda and on the internet. And if you want a link for that, it will also be provided. We will have the program shared with you. And again, I said, if you scan the QR code on the screens in front of you, you'll get the full program guide for the two-day summit. In case you don't have one on email, just scan the QR code on the screens in front of you. And finally, tomorrow, ahead of the closing ceremony with the head of state, you need to have a PCR test, COVID PCR test. And if you haven't, we are conducting COVID tests at the moment in Sapphire Hall. Sapphire, if you want spelling, it's S-A-P-H-I-R. You get it, right? Sapphire Hall. I just had to do it because someone may go looking for C. It's an S, all right? So it's just next to the ballroom. Please find the ballroom. You will find Sapphire Hall. That's where the COVID tests are being taken. All right, I now take the pleasure of inviting the CEO, Stanbic Uganda Holdings, Andrew Mashande, to come and make remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
Honorable ministers here present, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, captains of industry, the chairman of MTN, investors, friends, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Stanbic Uganda Holdings Limited is home to Stanbic Bank Uganda, Stanbic Properties, Stanbic Business Incubator, SPG Securities, and our FinTech Fly Hub. We are members of the Standard Bank Group, the largest commercial banking group in Africa by assets and by brand equity. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the team, mainly led by MTN, who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. All I had was just a glimpse of the work that went into what we have today. I will celebrate you, appreciate you, and express my gratitude in public, but I'll also do that privately as well. Congratulations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, African trade is not new. As early as 425 BC, our Greek historian and geographer, Herodotus, wrote about African trade across the Sahara, trading in rock paintings that were moving, traversing the length and breadth of our continent. And this dates back as far as 10,000 BC. And here we are, 2023, sitting here in Uganda, talking about Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. We have come a long way, and we have a long way to go. And over the next 2 days, of course, we will find new milestones, new territories that we need to conquer together. Our own journey as a Standard Bank Group started 161 years ago in what was a very small town called Port Elizabeth, and today is known as Gqeberha, and the High Commissioner will correct me later. And our journey started off in a tent with our first clients. We followed our clients up the north to the north of South Africa as we headed towards the gold rush via the diamond finds in Kimberley. And as early as 1893, we set up our first branch out of South Africa in a town that was called Salisbury, today called Harare, and that's where I was born. And we continue to follow our clients across the African continent, and that pioneering spirit is what led us to be here today in Uganda. That belief and that pioneering spirit that we believe that our purpose is Africa is our home and we drive her growth. We really believe in the African dream, and we will continue to partner with our clients, we'll continue to partner with governments, private sector, in making sure that we support the sectors that are driving GDP growth across Africa. And Uganda is no exception to that. We really believe that we can drive growth in Uganda by supporting the sectors that are pushing the right buttons in the economy. So as we look ahead, I mean, we look at what we've done here in Uganda, we look at the work that we've done across the different sectors, and the work that we've done with our different partners. We really believe that we've partnered for progress, and we really believe as a Standard Bank Group, we shall continue to stand in contribution to the growth of this country, and we shall continue to support investors that are coming into Uganda and investing in the sectors that are going to drive growth in this economy. Because indeed, we believe that Uganda is our home, we drive her growth, and we are here to make progress real together. We believe in Uganda. Thank you.
Please do not tire to clap for our guests, and please another round of applause for Andrew Mashanda. Thank you, Andrew, for your remarks. I now take the pleasure of inviting the Managing Director and CEO of Absa Bank, Mumba Kalifungwa, to come and make his remarks. You're welcome, sir. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking after my brother, Andrew Mashanda, just to remind the delegates that this is not a banking convention, but the South Africa-Uganda Trade and Investment Summit. May I begin by acknowledging the honorable ministers present in the House, the South African High Commissioner to Uganda, Uganda High Commissioner to South Africa, representatives of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Economics and Industrial Development, PESAID, representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies in your various capacities, fellow representatives from the private sector, ABSA Uganda Board of Directors present, led by our chairman, Nadine, and other board members, representatives from the ABSA Group, fellow colleagues and management from ABSA Bank Uganda, members of the press, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Chairman, with your permission, could I ask you and board members present from ABSA Bank to be upstanding and just wave to the crowd? My colleagues from ABSA Group present, please stand and wave to the crowd. And the Country Management Committee from ABSA Bank, you guys can stand up again, right? Just wave at the crowd, colleagues. Must I start by saying good morning to everybody. In Uganda, mwasuze mutia, siyanibonana, to our South African colleagues. I hope I got that right. As we mark the opening ceremony of this great summit between Uganda and South Africa, I bring you warm greetings on behalf of our ABSA Group CEO, Ari Rautenbusch, who conveys a message of support and commitment to the success not only of this summit, but the sustainable economic growth and prosperity of our two great nations. Ari would have loved to be here with us today, but due to other long-standing commitments, he is unable to attend the summit, but has sent able representation in the form of my three great colleagues. That notwithstanding, we have a delegation that is well represented by the Country Management Committee and, of course, our colleagues from the group in collaboration with the wider local teams. The ABSA Group is delighted to witness the successful fruition of the summit, which represents a pivotal milestone in strengthening the economic ties between South Africa and Uganda, fostering collaboration and creating an enabling environment for trade and investment. We applaud both governments of Uganda and South Africa for this effort. As ABSA Group, we are a Pan-African group, inspired by the people we serve and determined to be a globally respected organization of which Africa can be proud. We have operated in Africa for over 100 years. We are committed to finding tailored solutions to uniquely local challenges, and everything we do focuses on creating value for our various stakeholders. As a listed entity on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the ABSA Group is one of Africa's largest diversified financial services groups with a presence in 15 countries. We are present here in Uganda, in Botswana, in Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and Tanzania, with representative offices in Namibia and Nigeria, and securities entities in the United Kingdom and the United States of America, and most recently in China. Our network across Africa consists of over 1,000 branches, 6,500 ATMs, 37,000 employees, 12 million customers, 3.5 million digitally active customers across the globe, digital channels, strategic partnerships, and suppliers. As of June 2023, our market capitalization as a group, that is ABSA Group, stood at 142 billion rands, which by all purposes and intent is quite significant. Gross loans stood at 1.3 trillion rands, deposits of 1.3 trillion, revenue of 52 billion rands, and a profitability of 26 billion. Why are those statistics important? I think from where we sit, those statistics are important to echo the strength of the group and the desire to facilitate growth and trade between our great nations. I think in terms of capacity, there is no doubt that we are up to the task. As ABSA Uganda, we opened our doors to our forerunner brand, which I shall not mention because I'm happy for you to recognize us as ABSA, marking us almost 100 years in this market, with 39 branches countrywide, almost 1,000 employees, loans and advances of 2 trillion shillings, which in dollar terms is just over $500 million, and a total balance sheet size of 4.4 trillion, which is roughly about $1.2 billion, making us one of the top 3 banks in Uganda. As a financial services provider, we play an integral role in the economic life of individuals, businesses, and nations. We empower and enable, from investing in our employees to uplifting our communities and enabling our customers' ambitions. ABSA believes in the potential of Uganda, which has continuously been ranked as one of the fastest growing economies in East Africa and the African continent. We continue to invest in this market to stimulate economic growth, specifically in crucial sectors of development of the economy, including agriculture, trade, SME, infrastructure, and manufacturing, as has been alluded to by previous speakers. This summit demonstrates our commitment to foster shared growth, leveraging our expansive footprint and expertise as a diversified financial services group, bringing to life our purpose of empowering Africa's tomorrow, together, one story at a time. We are well posed to support Uganda to take advantage of the various opportunities to trade with South Africa and vice versa. This summit will provide a platform for private sector players, government, businesses, and regulatory agencies to freely exchange ideas on investment opportunities and various information to facilitate doing business in Uganda. After I'd blurted out the numbers of our performance, I remembered you were in the house. But we value you and your partnership. We are optimistic that the deliberations over the next 2 days will further strengthen the ties between Uganda and South Africa through stronger bilateral trade relations, enhanced investment in both markets, greater collaboration, partnerships, and knowledge sharing. In closing, I look forward to witnessing the transformative impact of the South Africa-Uganda Trade and Investment Summit, and I also take this opportunity once again to thank our colleagues, MTN, for being the pioneers of this great summit, and also my fellow colleagues from the Forum for South African Businesses in Uganda. Together, let us create a legacy of progress and prosperity that will endure generations to come. I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to insightful discussions over the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mumba. Ladies and gentlemen, as earlier mentioned, we will have 2 plenary sessions immediately after our coffee, and in the afternoon we will have 4 parallel sessions that will be taking place just by the poolside, in the halls next to the poolside. We'll provide you the details of the exact rooms for all the 4, on the opportunities for trade, financial inclusion, tourism, and the conversation on the industrial parks, and also the negotiation of the platform on energy and oil and gas. And that is now an open session. On your email, you could have noted that it was closed, but that's also an open session, and we'll provide the rooms for that. While we were having the presentations here, we were joined by the chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, Mr. Odrek Rabogo. We thank you, sir, for joining us, and he will be speaking after our coffee break. Please give him a round of applause. He has been playing an integral part in this conversation and ensuring the success of this summit here in Kampala. I now take the pleasure of inviting our anchor partner and the MTN Senior Vice President, Mr. Ebenezer Asante, to come and make remarks. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Program Director, in the next few minutes, I will try to break the monotony of our bankers, ABSA and Stanbic, and also bringing some flair from the private sector perspective. Minister Didiza, thank you for taking the journey to renew our collective aspirations towards the Africa we want. Minister Gungubele, thank you for your support as we drive Africa's digital aspirations, digital economy for inclusion, growth, and development. Honorable Frank Tumwebazi, thank you for the excellent facilities and gracious hosting. Excellencies, High Commissioners, Captains of Industry, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, all protocols, aspirations observed. At MTN, we say, if hello is not enough, you welcome people with yellow. So this morning, let me also welcome you with yellow. And if I say yellow, you respond yellow. Yellow. Thank you. It is my honor to stand here today as a Senior Vice President of MTN Group, and I would like to express our deepest appreciation and gratitude for your presence at this momentous event. Our theme for this year at MTN Uganda is Together We Are Unstoppable, which embodies the spirit of resilience, creativity, and collaboration that drives the people of our great nations of Uganda and South Africa forward. In the face of the challenges, our people have proven time and again that they are not just doers, but creators who transform competitiveness into creativity. There is one campaign theme at MTN that resonates so well with me, and it poses a question: what are we doing today? Africans as people who have groped over the years, over 400 years of struggle, trying to find some path towards economic advancement and development, towards civilization and human upliftment. Given any opportunity, we must also basically ask ourselves this question: what are we doing today? And connecting this to the theme that asks around the Uganda we want to create, the Africa we want to bequeath, we need to also ask ourselves, what opportunities can we drill from this summit, trade and investment, to create that Africa and Uganda we want to be part of? Over and above the mandated business at MTN, which is driving connectivity and socioeconomic inclusion, it behoves us to significantly contribute to the betterment of the standard and quality of life for Uganda citizens, not only because we are a business, but also because we operate within an ecosystem. Before you can count customers, you must begin with citizens. And the citizens are also part of the nation state. And before you can look at investment for business, the country itself must thrive and progress. So at MTN, we believe that business cannot operate in isolation. We only do well when the countries we operate within also are doing well. And it is for that reason that, as was earlier recounted, we have put significant investment in this summit. Because we come in from the part of being market leaders, but nobody is interested in big business if at the end of the day it cannot contribute meaningfully in uplifting the people. So while the country grows, while the country prospers, and while the economy and the continent also proceeds and progresses, we also want to make sure that we are part of the solution in enabling productivity and efficiency. And through the ICT solutions we offer, be the glue that connects different sectors of the economies, different sectors of the ministries, the real, private, public, together, so that we can realize that big dream of national prosperity and development, and for MTN also to thrive, and for citizens to do well. We want to attract investments from the companies gathered here and beyond, and we are mindful of the opportunities in agribusiness. And this morning we've also heard a lot about mining, tourism. We want to also ensure that whilst we progress, we do so through quality investment, value additions, rural development, income generation, and encouraging domestic and foreign investors to create new markets and enhance productivity. And as I indicated earlier on, productivity is at the center of everything we do, through technology, through ICT, through connectivity, socio-economic empowerment and inclusion delivery, even as we do so today through mobile money and many of the solutions that we offer at MTN. Supporting government programs like the parish development model in Uganda is a clear testimony that when we adopt and apply technology effectively, it can make a difference in the life of people and also support national development. There is a lot of use cases that we can talk about mobile money and how it is enabling the private sector, the public sector to transform, do business, collect payments from all over the country and across continents. There is a lot that we can talk about how we bring ICT to facilitate health delivery and disaster management. There is a lot that we can talk about digital inclusion and investment in the infrastructure system, both physical and soft. And for that reason, MTN's commitment to invest over 1 trillion shillings in this market is something that we've committed to, and we've seen signs of it. And you all recall recently, through the IPO that we did, and innovatively using mobile money to ensure that the average person far away in the rural area is not left behind when it comes to investment, even in the stock market. And today, through that IPO, we have reached over 2 million investors, 2 million Ugandans on the stock market, just through the intermediacy of mobile financial system. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, MTN's involvement in Uganda's Trade and Investment Summit reflects its commitment to socio-economic responsibility, economic growth, financial inclusion, healthcare support, and digital inclusion. Telecommunications have served as a catalyst for national development, connecting people and enhancing the quality of life. As I indicated, ours as a continent is coming from over 400 years of struggle, of significant inhuman treatment. And even as we try to drive the future, we should not forget that past. And the question that I posed earlier, what are we doing today? 5-10 years from now, when we account for this summit, some significant outcome must be counted. Are we going to count that by 2033, the investment and trade coming out of this summit is making a difference in the life of the people, difference that the private sectors can be proud of, difference that the government can also be proud of, difference that the citizens can see in their life? If we are able to do that, then collectively we will be creating the Uganda we want to live in and the Africa we want to belong. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the summit.
A bigger hand of applause to Mr. Ebenezer Tum Asante, who coincidentally has a very good name, Asante Sana Asante, the MTN Senior Vice President, and thank you very much for those words. A couple of years ago, there was a big election in this country, and so His Excellency, the President's political team sent out a voice recording where the President was urging people to vote for him, but it was a very personalized message. So an old woman, a couple of districts away from here, got this voice recording where the President was telling, this lady has switched on her small little phone. We call it kabiriti. Kabiriti is another word for a small matchbox. You know those small phones. So she switched it on, and the President was actually urging her to vote for him. So she got out of her home very excited and went around telling everybody how the President herself had spoken to her. And that is thanks to the innovation you're talking about. That old woman still lives and believes the President actually called her, but it was actually a recording. So thanks to that innovation, somebody won the election. So thank you very much for those remarks. We are now entering the other phase of hearing from the governments, and it's really my pleasure to invite a special distinguished diplomat. She's been here not very long, but she's traversed the country. Not long ago, as we were preparing for this event, we spoke to her, and she was right in the heart of one of our top districts, touring the countryside. She's probably toured the countryside more than some local people. She's blended in very well, and she's actually been the torchbearer of the Republic of South Africa in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Ambassador Lulama Shingwana, who's going to give us her remarks, and she comes, a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Ministers, Minister Toko Didiza, Head of the South African Delegation, Honorable Minister Mondli Gungubele, the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies in South Africa, Deputy Minister Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Nomalungelo Gina, Deputy Minister Fish Mahlalela, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture in Uganda, His Excellency, my brother, High Commissioner Paul Amori of South Africa, of Uganda to South Africa. The FOSABU executive, led by MTN. Let me greet the chairperson of MTN Uganda, Mr. Charles Mbire. The CEOs of Stanbic Bank, Mr. Mashanda, of ABSA, my brother Mumbo, Sanlam, Nile Breweries. To my ministers, Nile Breweries comes from SAB. MultiChoice, I hope the CEO is here somewhere. And all the members of FOSABU, I would like to say a special thank you to all of you for being great ambassadors of South Africa in Uganda. I want to thank in particular MTN for a job well done, mobilizing also myself, mobilizing myself to bring my ministers to Uganda, mobilizing myself to put together all our companies to make a meaningful contribution. And I want to thank you all for making this day the success that it is. And I'm very proud of all those companies, but I'm also represented, Minister. I am there represented by the flag. Thank you very much. Mine is a small task to introduce my Minister of Agriculture, but MTN has a slogan, like Mr. Asante just said. Actually, I'm glad to meet you. We worked very well in Ghana when you were the CEO of MTN in Ghana. And congratulations, now you are the Senior Vice President based in Johannesburg, MTN. Everywhere I go, MTN. So for me, everywhere I go, Visa. I don't know why the South African visa is so popular. I don't think the British High Commissioner or the Nigerian High Commissioner has this demand like I do, the visa. I just want to report that our Department of Home Affairs, led by DG Tomi Makonde, was here in the last 4 days. They only left yesterday. They met with their counterparts from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and agreed on a number of MOUs that will determine, if they are signed, that will determine if we have a visa waiver. But I want to say to business people in Uganda, visa is not a hindrance to you. We work very closely with business people, but you must prove to us that you are a real businessman. When I talk to Andrew Mashanda, he must verify that indeed you are a big businessman in Uganda before you can go to South Africa. When I talk to Mambo, he must assure me that you are a big businessman in Uganda before you go to South Africa. If you want to go to South Africa to look for a job, then I am going to ask a number of questions before you get a visa. And we have a number of business people. We give them 1 year, multiple entry. We give them even 3-year visas, multiple entry. I don't know if Mr. Andrew Mushibi is here. We have given him, for instance, a 3-year multiple entry visa. I can assure you he's always in South Africa. He has met some of our ministers. He has met the Minister of Agriculture. He has met the ministers of trade, and has actually been able to get a license to export pineapples, to export pawpaw, to export, not pawpaw, avocado and coffee to South Africa. So you are most welcome to go to South Africa, and the embassy will assist you to get your visa to do business in South Africa. Yes, we have a huge experience in agriculture as South Africa. We have a great experience in mining, which goes back over 100 years when we first discovered gold and diamonds in South Africa in the 1800s. And of course, we want to share our expertise with Uganda. I hear UIA talking about mining, the Private Sector Foundation talking about mining. My co-chair, when we were planning, will testify that I raised the issue of mining, but I was told it's not a priority. But we can still talk about mining. And I'm glad that we're looking at exporting coffee. You have the best coffee in the world, Uganda. But I've always said it's your best kept secret. Ugandans don't drink coffee. They drink tea, but they produce this wonderful coffee. South Africans, we drink coffee 3 times a day. So we are a big market. You are welcome to send your coffee to South Africa. Even our 6-year-olds, they want to go to the coffee shop because we have a nice ice cream that is flavored in coffee. So your coffee will sell in South Africa. That's one area. And it is true, we must stop the middlemen, especially Europe. That's why we have the Africa Free Continental Trade Area that we must promote as Africans, which was signed by our heads of state, because we create jobs or we export jobs to Europe instead of creating jobs here and adding value to our products and creating and trading with one another on the continent. Now, let me go to my task to introduce our Minister for Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. Minister Angela Thokozile Didiza is a member of Parliament in the Republic of South Africa under President Cyril Ramaphosa. But I would like to assure you, she started in Parliament in 1994. She was still a young girl at that time, beautiful young girl, who was appointed by then President Nelson Mandela as the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. I'm just summarizing here. In the 6th administration, she has served as the chairperson of the African Union Ministerial Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment until 2021. Educational qualifications, she has a BA and BA honors from the University of South Africa. She also has a master's degree in tertiary education management from the University of Melbourne in Australia. She has held ministerial positions, as I said, from 1994 to 1999. She's trying to stop me now. And from 1999 to 2004, she served as Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. From 2004 to 2006, she continued as Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs before she went to be Minister of Public Works. Now there are other areas, I think she says it's okay, it's fine. But I want to say now, they've written this thing for me from the office, her office, the PA. I just want to talk about the Toko I know. Toko was a young girl, and we met way back before, during the apartheid era. She was working for the YWCA. I was working for the Council of Churches, South African Council of Churches. You know, we were deployed there because the leaders said, we want you to be everywhere, like MTN, everywhere you go. You must see the ANC. And she worked in the YWCA. She also served as the convener of the Natal Organization of Women. And I served in the Federation of Transvaal Women. At that time, we had 4 provinces: Transvaal, Natal, Cape, and what? Free State. So we used to meet when things were tough. We used to call for a prayer day. She used to lead us in prayer, young as she was. She has a beautiful voice. She would sing beautiful struggle songs. When we come out of that prayer meeting, we were inspired to go out and fight some more. So she then came to Parliament in 1994, became Deputy Minister of Agriculture. After a short while, she got married. In my province is the Eastern Cape, somewhere in East London, the London in the East. You know the big London there, but we have the London in the East. She married there. And we attended, you know, those days, there were no women ministers. It was a miracle. We had to go to President Mandela and say, President Mandela, we need women in your cabinet. And he said, where are the women? Are there any women? We were sent by our leaders, Winnie Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, and Freni Chinwala. They said, give him a list. We wrote a list of 20 women. President, here are the women. Nkosazana Zuma, so and so and so. And then President said, we said, you can choose, pick and choose. We can still add another 10 if you want. So we then had women ministers. We came to Parliament. There were no toilets for women because women were not supposed to be there. So we had to fight to ensure that the Parliament is inclusive. But I want to talk about the minister and say, she was a young girl, so she got married. We enjoyed this wedding of a minister, you know. It was a very rare occasion. And the minister got married. We were singing our Xhosa songs. From Natal, they were singing their Zulu songs competition. And then after a year or so, the minister had a baby. You know, there were no ministers those days that were having babies. They were all gray and white. Now, South Africans are full of humor. So they said, Minister Didiza, Togo Didiza, the minister that can deliver. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Xingwana, for that elaborate introduction. I hope we will continue to deliver to our people. Our program director for this session, the Minister of Communication and Digital Technology of South Africa, Minister Mondli Kumumbele, our Deputy Minister of Trade Department and Competition, Me Gina, our Deputy Minister of Tourism of South Africa, Mr. Fish Mahlalela, our Minister of State of Uganda responsible for agriculture and animal husbandry, my brother, Minister Amori, the head of the Presidential Advisory Group, who's here from Uganda. I would also like to recognize you. Excellencies, the High Commissioners of Uganda in South Africa, as well as South Africa High Commissioner in Uganda, our main sponsors for the summit, who have already been indicated to you by our program director, our CEOs and captains of industry who are here, as well as those entrepreneurs who are looking for opportunities from both countries, but mainly given that we're here, I'm sure the majority would be Ugandan entrepreneurs. Senior officials of our governments, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good afternoon. Well, good morning. It's only 10 minutes before it's afternoon, actually. It is indeed an honor and privilege that we're here at this summit to reflect on how we can improve our bilateral relations on trade and investment. Following the COVID-19, almost all countries are looking at ways in which they can build back better and resilient economies and communities. The geopolitical situation, as evidenced by the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, has laid bare the negative impact of globalization. The shocks of global value chains, food value chains in particular, have seen rising costs on food and fiber, as well as prices of fertilizer and agrochemicals. This situation has once again made us realize the importance of strengthening our food systems in order to ensure food security for our nations. At the same time, the reality of climate change means we will need to think about innovative ways for producing under these conditions. Therefore, policies and regulatory environment need to factor these realities going forward. Program Director, I am, however, optimistic in the face of these challenges because as a continent, we've realized the opportunities we have in trading amongst each other. The formation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area follows actually the great summit of our heads of state who accepted a vision of an Africa we want, Agenda 2063. This Continental Free Trade Area looks deeper in our economic activity and how we can actually exploit our natural resources as countries of the continent and take advantage of more than 1 billion citizens. These opportunities also challenges us how to improve bilateral trade within a broad common market. In my view, strengthening our bilateral trade and investment as we are doing today creates a solid base for the AFCFTA. In February 23, during the state visit of President Museveni in South Africa, we held our inaugural business forum as a platform for engagement by our business people and government in order to explore trade and investment opportunities among our countries. At the end of this business forum, President Ramaphosa committed to support Uganda and Uganda's private sector in promoting investment here in Uganda, with a focus on agriculture and other key sectors such as ICT, manufacturing, mining, tourism, and others. It is for this reason that at an executive level from South Africa's side, you have got a delegation comprising the ministers that I ably introduced to you earlier. Program Director, as we're all aware, trade investment between our two countries are anchored on the long-term warm relations that have been in existence over the years. President Museveni delved deeper into sharing these historical ties that have been there between our two peoples, in particular during the dark days of apartheid. As South Africans, we're well aware of the support the peoples of Uganda gave us during our liberation struggle, and as such, we thank you for being part and parcel of being the midwives of our democratic South Africa. It is important for me to note that the post-apartheid democratic dispensation in South Africa strengthened our resolve not only to build political relations and deepen them with our African brothers and sisters, however, to grow as well the bilateral economic ties to strengthen what will enable our societies to thrive. Interestingly, this is not the first time we've had engagements of boosting trade and investment. Early on, our founding father, President Mandela, had actually had such engagements with his counterpart, President Museveni, to look at how we can address issues of poverty by strengthening trade and investment. This was also followed by President Mbeki when he took office. And I must say that the footprint of South African companies that we're seeing here in Uganda, in large measure, owes to those trailblazers who were our president in the dawn of our democracy. And one is happy that that stance has continued with other successive presidents that have followed. Some of you would remember that President Zuma, when he came here, he also went to the camp where our last Umkhonto weSizwe were actually housed after they left Angola. And President Ramaphosa has also been here prior to the visit of President Museveni, again anchoring the trade relations that ought to exist. So we are confident that these commitments are not just mere paper commitments or rather speeches, but they've actually been followed by action. As our program director had indicated earlier, just in February, where President Ramaphosa had made this commitment, now in September, we are here together as private sector and government from the two countries to build on those commitments. I must say that what for me was instructive in the February Business Forum was actually the exhibitors who were there from both countries, showcasing their commodities and also their enterprises, but more importantly, showing their state of readiness to trade among each other. It reminds me of the dinner hush-hush discussion that had to be held because some avocados of the exhibitor from Uganda were supposedly to be destroyed because it didn't meet other requirements. So we had to manage the, some of those diplomatic issues to ensure that our friendship is not actually impacted negatively upon. But what that has shown, in my view, is appreciating that within trade and investment relations, there are bound to be some challenges where we need to look at both as governments and private sector in order to create an enabling environment for those entrepreneurs who need to trade among each other. Program Director, it is important to appreciate that the inaugural summit held in Johannesburg in February this year acknowledged that both countries are endowed with a number of natural resources that can form a base for further development through manufacturing and beneficiating our raw materials, not only in agriculture, as the speakers have indicated earlier, but in other sectors of our economy, such as mining. When Minister Kingwana was Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy in South Africa, we had a slogan that if it's not mined, it's grown. So there's nothing in between. You either have to grow your cotton and process it to your beautiful garments that you are wearing, or you can mine your glass and have the crystal glasses for drinking your wine and from the nice wines of Cape Town. So there's always nothing in between. Whether you talk wood, you actually have to plant trees in order to have a wood. To have furniture, it's the same. So what it means is that these two anchors of our sectors are very important in order for us to build our basis for development as countries. However, the issue of financial services become even more important so that we can be able to facilitate better trade with better credits amongst each other. Program Director, I wish to indicate, in my view, that there are certain anchors that are important for trade and investment that we must nurture as the two countries. One is the enabling regulatory and trade investment regime. I just made an example on the avocado, situation that happened in our own country. It is, in my view, important that investors in both our countries must be clear about the country's policies and laws that support investment. This gives certainty and confidence to those who want to invest in each of our countries. This may relate to the issue of land tenure for those who want to invest in land-based industries. This may relate to issues of licensing so that there is no abrupt change when license regimes are not quite clear and certain. It also relates to issues of tax laws that companies must comply with, issues of repatriation of money outside each one of our countries, and other compliance matters that companies must subscribe to. So an enabling environment that has got certainty, in my view, becomes even more important. For those who are importing as well as exporting, if one were to take the issue of agricultural trade, issues of plant and animal health remain important. I'm happy because both South Africa and Uganda are members both of OIE as well as Codex institution that deals with issues of plant health. This is important so that we can ensure that both entrepreneurs from both countries understand these phytosanitary and sanitary regimes and the manner in which they are applied by both countries, such that no arbitrary instruments are put in place that restrict trade. I'm just using agriculture as an example, but that will be the same on the tariff structure in both countries. So these are some of the issues, in my view, that during this summit, we need not be shy to deliberate upon and be frank about what are those issues that are inhibiting trade and investment in our countries. Thirdly, the issue of infrastructure and logistics is one of the important areas which is important for movement of goods, as well as ensuring that our point of entry, their regulatory regimes are understood but also agile in supporting trade. I know Minister Klingwana was raising the issue of visas. Yes, that it's important, but at the same time, at the different ports of entry, how goods are enabled to move and how that infrastructure supports that movement becomes even more important. The issue of financing is another, as I've indicated earlier, that is critical for any business to actually thrive. How does this actually become even much more clearer for those who want to invest or to trade in these two countries? The other area which I would like to point out is possibilities for joint project undertaking. What are the regimes that are there in each other's countries? When I come to Uganda, do you have a policy of indigenization that even if I may come with my mullah, I would have to have a carry-on of Ugandans who are not going to make any financial contribution. In South Africa, is it the same that you have got a nationalization approach that if you come as a Ugandan investor, there are certain requirements that are actually so erroneous that it becomes difficult for you to invest. I'm raising this because we're not only looking at just trading amongst each other, but we're also looking at possibilities of joint ventures between business people from each of our countries. The other area is public-private partnership. How does this happen? What is the framework that, is there, particularly where you may want to partner with some of the state-owned enterprises in each of our countries? I therefore believe that it is important that the summit that we're having today needs to look at these issues seriously because they support trade and investment. But lastly, it would be amiss of me not to raise the issue of conflict resolution and mediation. In any relationship, as we know, there are always possibilities of not seeing things the same way. How do we build mechanisms for conflict resolution in order to remove mistrust among ourselves as business people? Program Director, as I close, South Africa is on a path to grow its agricultural sector and other sectors as part of the economic reconstruction. In our view, the agricultural sector, as is in Uganda, still has a greater role to play in addressing key challenges of unemployment, poverty, and low growth in our countries. And in this process of building and expansion, we strive to strengthen collaboration on the aspects that I've raised earlier. And above all, we believe that South Africa and Uganda, with a solid base of good friendship amongst the two countries, we have the possibility to succeed. I thank you.
Let's give a big hand clap to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Didiza. I think she has delivered, as Excellency had said. She's delivered quite, you've actually delivered triplets on this one. The context of the liberation struggle, you may wish to know that many of us were students with the liberation struggle movement, the PSC, the ANC, and in reciprocation, we went back and also studied in Eastern Cape. So I think that the South African-Uganda fraternity has a long history. I think just to put some light on what the Honorable Minister said, we have a very enabling environment. Number one taxpayer, MTN, South African breweries, Stanbic Bank, they have found a very good home in Uganda. And obviously, we wish to have a reciprocation in your country to create that. Thank you very much. I wish to recognize in a special way the Uganda Business Forum in South Africa, led by Mr. Kenneth Kakuru and your team. Could you please stand for recognition? Kenneth was pretty much behind the genesis of this big event that we started last year that culminated in the conference in February and March, and obviously what we are experiencing now. So thank you, Kenneth, and your team. You are doing a good job flying our business flag in South Africa. So now we move to another section of the Ugandan government representation. Not long ago, a very distinguished gentleman, Mr. Paul Omoru, was appointed High Commissioner to South Africa and the Southern African states. Ambassador Paul has done an incredible job in flying our flag. He has introduced us to many companies, institutions in South Africa. He's one of the very distinguished ambassadors you can call late in the night. He'll pick your phone and assist you. And to a great extent has been a pillar in ensuring that these two conferences and summits have become successful. It's my singular honor and pleasure to invite Ambassador Paul Amoru to come and give his remarks, and thereafter invite a distinguished Minister of Uganda, Honorable Bright Ramirama, who himself has done a great job in this country. He's a freedom fighter, but he's also now a big bulwark in ensuring that our country has a successful agricultural enabling environment. Your Excellency Amoru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, the Program Director. I want to recognize the Leader of Delegation from the South African side, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, and your colleagues. Allow me as well to recognize the Leader of Delegation from Uganda, the Honorable Bright Ramirama. My sister, the High Commissioner of South Africa to Uganda. It's a pleasure to have you here. Senior officials from the two governments, Ugandan government and the South African government. Before I introduce the minister, I will have to mention a few of those departments that have not been highlighted by previous speakers. Allow me to recognize our sponsors, starting with MTN for the great job and being a true market leader, and now helping to bring Uganda and South Africa much more closer than ever before. I salute you and thank you for all the support, and the rest of the sponsors that have been listed here. In the interest of time, I would not name all of them. Program Director, permit me to especially recognize some specific departments, starting with South Africa. We have the Department of Trade, Industry, and Competition. We call it DTIC. And I've seen Chief Director, Comrade John Rocha is in the house. DTIC has done a great job, starting with the first trade mission we had in South Africa in February, where they hosted at Gallagher in South Africa. Let's give an applause to DTIC. I also want to recognize our colleagues from DIRCO, as we know it, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, because for me to be able to function effectively in South Africa, I actually work on a daily basis with the DIRCO, and I'm happy that Ambassador Mugane is here himself, who has been in charge of East Africa, and also the desk for Uganda, Madame Sepia. I think she's in. So let us give these people a big applause as well. I know there are already other departments that have been mentioned, agriculture, ICT, and the rest. And coming to Uganda, I want to recognize Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Ambassador Eli is here. He has been coordinating in those many meetings that we have had that Comrade John Rocha was chairing online. Ambassador Eli, thank you for coordinating the team within Uganda. I also recognize Ministry of Trade, Export Promotions Board, Uganda Investment Authority, PASAID, and Private Sector Foundation Uganda. They have worked closely with us, and I want to thank you so much for making this day a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, like it has been observed, this summit is possible today because of the strengthened and now deepened bilateral ties between Uganda and South Africa. We have what we are calling the JCC. That's the Joint Commission for Cooperation that DIRCO and MOFA are championing, and the JCC provides a framework or the space that allows all the other sectors, including issues of trade, investment, and tourism, to be discussed, coordinated at a government-to-government level. And from last year in July, when Uganda first hosted the second leg of the JCC, so much has happened, and it built up to the state visit that we were able to have in South Africa in February, and a major business summit that both our presidents were able to attend. I am happy to see that just a few months after that, with the commitment and support from our partners, especially MTN that had promised during the business breakfast meeting with our president at Waterclough, we have been able to have the second leg take place with government coming in to give an enabling environment. Because I think the key function for government is to create an enabling environment for our business people to thrive, because they know how to do business and how to make money and how to grow our economies. And as it has been alluded to by my sister, Ambassador Lulu, issues of business environment were discussed in South Africa, and I'm aware that we were able to have deeper discussions with the senior officials and a ministerial meeting that focused also on seeing some of the impediments that has been slowing down our cooperation, especially in the area of trade and investment. And one of those areas surely has also been the issue of visas. And fortunately, as you have heard from the High Commissioner herself, we had the Director General from Home Affairs from South Africa, and that was the highest level of commitment that the South African side was able to exhibit. They have been here, they have interacted with the Internal Affairs team, and we have agreed on a roadmap, which I believe in the coming few months, the details of that will be agreed, and the business people that intend to go to South Africa, and also South African businesses that are coming to Uganda, will have it easy to make their schedules and business plans. I am sure the team that traveled to Uganda from South Africa, we kept getting calls, and now I was in the shoes of my sister, and I think some of the visas, with support from Internal Affairs, we were able to issue them in 2 hours to enable the team from South Africa to come. And I think this is one of the key areas that we are going to look forward to. Program Director, allow me to recognize the Ugandan diaspora. In the mobilization building up to this summit, I engaged the Ugandan team in South Africa. And during that meeting, many were saying, I have been here 20 years, I've been here 30 years, I've been here 15 years. Then I said, all right, now we need to have the true value for the many years you have spent within South Africa, the networks you've been able to build, so that we can leverage on that and be able to mobilize and bring many companies from South Africa, but also now begin to see the Ugandan business community entrenching themselves and investing also heavily in South Africa. And so we have Comrade Phillips, who is here with us. We have Comrade Norman. Norman is the magician. I have worked with him, and with Norman alone and a few other people, we were able to mobilize over 30 companies. That is building on what else was happening within MTN, within DTIC, and the rest. So Norman has led a big team here, and I want to thank him very much. I also want to recognize Uganda's trade representative to South Africa. And the MONSIs were identified under the framework of PASAID. And Arif Monsi, who is now our trade rep, has also made a decision to invest within the country. And they will be putting up the first Ugandan electronic hub for the manufacturing of transformers. And they are working closely with Yuri, Professor Kwesiga. And when you go to the stall, you will find that they are going to do an exhibition jointly. And I think as of yesterday, we were working around to clear the transformers they have shipped. That will be also displayed there. I want to thank URA for helping this process to be smooth. And as I end in recognizing the team in South Africa, I want to recognize also my sister, Bridget, who is here. And I'm happy she has been able to bring our Muko with her. And a team of South African business people. I traveled with some late last night. They are doing a great job. And especially, she's coordinating efforts from Private Sector Foundation Uganda. And again, so as you can see, a team is being built up. And I want to end by saying my expectation, and I think it should be all our expectations, is that this does not just become an event. That we come, we display so much cooperation, so much support, and then after tomorrow, there's nothing to follow through. We think that this, we have more steps ahead of us. This is just 1 or 2 or 3 of the steps out of 1,000 steps we are supposed to make. And I have talked with colleagues from DTIC, and I am sure there is this commitment, and with the presence of the political leadership from South Africa, this will be an annual activity where we are able to have the Uganda-South Africa Trade Summit in South Africa, and also have one in Uganda. So I believe that with the support from all the partners that are here, we are going to every year build on the success that we have already registered since February. And finally, the Ugandan community in South Africa, let me say Southern Africa, we are estimating should be about a million now. And many of the businesses were not registered. That's why we were able to just show a few when we met last time in South Africa. And when my sister asked me, Ambassador, can you provide a list of the Ugandan businesses in South Africa, I was struggling to go beyond 5 or 10. But I think by the time we end here with the team that has come, we are confident that in the next summit, we are going to see a heavy presence of Ugandan businesses in South Africa, with many already being cleared to start exporting into South Africa. There's a unique group that should also be recognized. These are the Ugandan professionals. And Dr. Ichun, who is sitting right behind there, you can wave. I was able to mobilize. We have so many Ugandan doctors, Ugandan engineers, the professionals to say. And we also put them together to see what contribution they are able to make towards this effort. And he has led a group of about 6 senior professionals and other companies within South Africa with a mega project that they will be discussing during the course of our stay here. So thank you so much, Doctor, for finding time to come and be part of this great summit. I believe at the end of the day, we'll be given opportunity to give you a more detailed overview of the Uganda-South Africa bilateral relations. So during the dinner, we will have some time to give you in details, but I want to thank all of you for making time to be here, and I hope that our friends from South Africa, you're going to find space and time to enjoy Uganda. Within diplomacy, we are now promoting very much also people-to-people contact, because if governments only relate and the people are not in touch, then that relationship will be on shaky grounds. So please have time to interface and enjoy the stay here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my humble task to introduce to you the leader of the Ugandan delegation. I don't have the privilege, like my sister, Ambassador Lulu, who seemed to have known the Honorable Minister from way back and was able to share fond memories from way back, but I will give you a brief profile of our minister. The Honorable Bright Ramrama holds a degree of Bachelor of Business Administration, which he secured in 1996, and he has a Master of Business Administration. This is secured in 2004 from Makerere University, and a PhD in Public Administration and Management. He also attended the British Junior Staff College, studying the Junior Command and Staff course, and the Naval Postgraduate School, studying at the Resource Management course. He obtained certificates from both courses. From that background, you see that the Honorable is a veteran and a senior freedom fighter in this country. His career, which I will briefly share with you, from 1978 until 1983, the Honorable Minister worked as a banking officer at the Uganda Commercial Bank, the institution that later became Standing Bank. We saw the CEO. I don't know whether they knew that the Honorable Minister was once. They are very committed and resilient officer. In 1983, he joined the National Resistance Army, that we know as NRA, and in the bush war, or the liberation struggle of Uganda between 1980 and 86, he played a key role and was appointed to be in charge of pay in the NRA in 1986, serving that capacity until 1989. In 1989, he was promoted to Director of Finance in the NRA, which was renamed Uganda People's Defense Force. In 1995, he continued to serve in that position at the Army headquarters until 1997. The Honourable Minister continued to serve as one of the senior staff officers at the UPDF headquarters until 2001, where he retired from the armed forces at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. The minister then joined active politics and contested for the parliamentary seat of Isingiro County North in Isingiro district. Because of his stellar performance, he has remained loved and voted by his people, and he continued to win re-elections all through until he was appointed Minister of State for Animal Industry in June 2006, a position he has continued to hold to date. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the brief I can offer you at this moment, and allow me now to humbly take the opportunity to invite the Honorable Bright to come and give his presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Honourable Minister Toko Didiza, Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development, and leader of the delegation from the Republic of South Africa. Honourable Minister Mr. Mondi Gungubele, Minister for Communication and Digital Technologies. Honourable Mr. Fish Mahelela, Deputy Minister of Tourism. Honorable Ms. Namalongelo Gina, Deputy Minister for Trade, Industry and Competitions. Honorable colleagues, ministers from Uganda, and honorable members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, Ms. Lulama Zingwana, High Commission to the Republic of South Africa, honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, permanent secretaries and their representatives here, our distinguished business delegation from South Africa, Ugandan business community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My opening remarks are very long, especially the opportunities in the agricultural sector that may take 30 minutes. And the challenges and solutions we are providing for environmental business is another 30 minutes. So those who are eager for a cup of coffee, bear with me. I wish on my behalf and that of Government of Uganda to welcome the South African Trade Investment Delegation led by Honourable Minister of Agriculture for the second South Africa-Uganda Trade Investment Summit. You recall that the first edition of Uganda-South African Investment and Trade Summit was held in February 2023 in Pretoria, South Africa, and was addressed by both Their Excellencies President Cyril Ramaphosa and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tubuhaburwa. The two agreed to work together to improve the business operating environment between the two countries including challenges affecting the private sector. The theme for today's summit is accelerating investment and trade between Uganda and South Africa. The summit will take the format of business meeting and platform that has brought under one roof trade and investment policymakers, identified key business communities, trade support institutions, regional and multilateral organizations from Uganda and South Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the summit's overarching objective is to provide a platform for the private sector, government and business regulatory agencies to network, exchange experiences and explore within investment and trade opportunities, share information on how to facilitate investment and doing business, including identifying existing emerging investment opportunities and challenges. The two countries attach great importance to the private sector as an engine for growth and development. It is against this background that yesterday the two government teams from Uganda and South Africa held bilateral discussion at both technical and ministerial level to discuss the challenges faced by the private sector as they conduct their business. We are assuring the private sector that the two governments stand together to address the identified challenges and enable the business between the two countries to thrive. In summary, both governments want to ensure that the environment of business is conducive for both investment and trade. Finally, once again, I welcome our brothers and sisters to the Pearl of Africa, and I look forward for the successful deliberation and fruitful outcome from the second edition of the Uganda-South African Summit. Honorable colleagues, ministers, and distinguished guests, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. The opportunities, we have prepared the teams from Ugandan side and South Africa, they will present here. The challenges and the solutions, we have provided a matrix, we shall also present here. I now call upon my colleagues and leaders of South African delegation, I will now take this singular honor to declare the summit open and wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give the Honourable Minister another round of applause? Honourable Minister, you prepared us for a very long speech. And we alerted the coffee people to pause, and now we have to tell them to switch on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a 20-minute coffee break. And please make sure it's 20 minutes, please, because the next session will start in the next 20 minutes. And our key presenters are here and they are ready. I am requesting that at 1 p.m. we be back in this room to continue the first presentations for the day, and then we'll have lunch after the presentations, and then after lunch we'll let you know where the parallel sessions will be taking place. So the facilitators for the next session, we are going to have a conversation and see how to merge the two conversations. That should have happened separately after coffee, and then we should be able to return to the room. As you're having coffee, again, we're going to the lounge. That's where the B2B meetings will also be happening. Let the conversations begin, and I now request that we make our way to the coffee room. Make sure you're back here by 1 p.m. We'll be back streaming, and we will be starting on time. Thank you very much. As we make our way, now that we are set for coffee, I am requesting our protocol teams to manage our group photo for the honorable ministers, the partners and sponsors, please. Protocol teams, please manage the photo session for the honorable ministers, the partners, and all the sponsors, please. JP and Rona, if we could manage this photo session at the board. It will be happening behind the tent where the
My family
sponsors
was
board
growing.
is,
I worked
please.
16-hour days to put food on the table.
You needed to do something different that would help you stand out, and it made all the difference.
I could barely keep myself stocked.
You started this business to feed your family.
Protocol team, let's manage our ministers, the honorable ministers, and our sponsors and partners. Please join them, UIA and Uganda Revenue Authority, all our sponsors, and of course, the key stakeholders who know themselves. We are making our way to the photo area at the board behind the tent for a photo session.
Private sector employs more people than government. The private sector pays taxes. Those taxes go to the treasury. The treasury then allocates that money in the national budget. When they read the budget on June the 3rd, they are basically saying, this is the money we collected from you, and this is how we are going to spend it. It's only fair that the private sector takes the lead in terms of growing that profile. Like I said earlier, a lot of our business engagements are largely very, very primary products. So raw coffee, raw maize, raw iron ore. We need to transform that into steel. For that to happen, we need incentives. We need financial support. We need to mechanize. We need to train our private sector to skill business development services. All those things boost an economy and essentially create jobs, bring in income. But at the end of the day, we need to export. But we don't need to export at the primary level again. We need to export at value addition. And that sometimes does not come easy. That's why we are discussing the need to have joint ventures. So the summit in February and March was the first of its kind between Uganda and South Africa. Previously, the summits were political and they were based on diplomatic and political discussions. So as Private Sector Foundation, we met with a couple of private sector players in South Africa, mainly the Ugandan business community in Southern Africa. And we felt that summits from now onwards should really include the business community. And so PSFU offered to be the secretariat of the Ugandan contingent. And so we went to South Africa and had sideline meetings with the business community. Now, in those meetings, we mooted a couple of things. Number one was the need to increase trade and investment between Uganda and South Africa. We felt that it was necessary to reverse, to improve, but also to bolster our trade relationships. But being an African country, it was necessary that then we discuss elements of technology transfer, joint ventures. So essentially we invited South African companies to come to Uganda and be part of the industrial transformation and value addition regime. The other element that we saw that was critical was the unfavorable travel to South Africa, which means that, for example, to go to South Africa, you need a South African visa. Many of our neighbors have visa-free entry access to the country. Uganda is still challenged. We felt that it was necessary that South Africa and Uganda removes visa requirements. We at Private Sector Foundation have been very pivotal in ensuring that we have as many members coming onto the table. We have 12 sectors: manufacturing, trade, ICT, minerals, oil and gas. We've got construction companies, financial services, professional services, tourism. Even the creative sector is going to be part of that. We need to have that discussion. Education is big. I trained in South Africa myself at Rhodes University in Grahamstown. It's important that the people in Grahamstown can come and have an exchange with Makerere University, UCU, Uganda Matters University. So the discussion is big, but it needs a sense of coordination. You must have a point of contact. And PSFU is that place of contact. We want to be the epicenter. We want to be a nerve center. We want to be a distributor. We want to be the midfielder, or the midwife, if you like, of some of these opportunities.
Uganda Investment Authority is a government agency whose role is to promote, attract, and facilitate foreign and domestic investment in Uganda. The agency advises government on investment policy and advocates for a competitive business environment. Uganda Investment Authority operates a one-stop center, which is the first point of contact for potential investors. It was established to facilitate the setup of investment in Uganda. Through the one-stop center, investors have access to all services required to set up a business and acquire an investment license in less than 24 hours. With your investment license, you will have access to Uganda's attractive tax and non-tax incentives. Here are the available investment opportunities in Uganda.
From your docks to the rest of the world, speak to us for all your international trade finance needs. Mitigate risk and improve liquidity for seamless trade with our trade management online platform. The bravery to imagine, that's Africanacity. ABSA Corporate and Investment Banking. We believe in our people. We believe in their health, their wealth, their dreams, their businesses, and their future. This is why we believe in sustainability and through the pillars of social impact, the economy, financial inclusion, a greener future, youth centricity, diversity, and women. We intend to make progress and impact lives positively at all levels. Through our business incubator, SACCO initiative, Stanbic graduate program, participation in Taso Butonde and running out of trees, Stanbic for Her, and National Schools Championship, we as Stanbic Uganda remain committed to the growth and development of all. We believe in Uganda.
Get insurance from ABSA. We will insure almost anything so you can focus on what matters most to you. That's Africanacity. That's ABSA.
It is a fact that the SME business is the fastest growing segment in Uganda for our economy. Actually employ over 2.5 million people, and they cut across all sectors, in trade, in services, in manufacturing, and therefore it's an important part of our economy that we need to support and we need to grow.
Stanbic Bank is the best. They have been giving us efficient amounts of money whenever it is required. They engaged us in different products, and part of it was guarantee from a bank.
Whatever we do at impact level, we want to translate into three things. One, we want the businesses that we support to contribute to the growth of the economy. The second one is that the businesses we support must contribute to the transformation of society. Then the third one is create a dynamic and vibrant business sector in this country.
So within that enterprise banking, we bank our SMEs both on transactional products, so we do their payments and collections, but we also lend them money to be able to grow their businesses. But as a bank, we work very closely with our incubator to support our SMEs in training, to just put in place systems and structures that will support them to meet their needs, to create that sustainability.
We believe in Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And since you're here on time, I could leak some very important news. And you're the only ones who will benefit from this news, right? So tonight there will be a gala dinner. And since you're the only ones here, you're the only ones invited to the gala dinner. I know. And then that's the problem. You're going to tell your neighbor when they come. So we would like to start. I really appreciate the fact that you allowed us to push the lunch. We'll ensure it's a real good 5-course meal, which will be unfortunate for the sessions after that. But we want to get this conversation in within the hour. So we are looking at about 2:15 when we'll break for lunch. And our moderator for this particular session will ensure that at about 2:15 we are breaking for lunch. We've sent emissaries to the lounge area to bring back our delegates to the room. In fact, we have deployed a seasoned team that is going to have a bell just to ring for everyone to get back. But when you have a good Ugandan and good Ugandan tea and coffee, then you sometimes can understand why people may take their time. But welcome back. We have 4 sessions after lunch. They're parallel sessions. And I wanted to run you through the rooms. And again, because you're here and you're the very first people to be back, I can let you know which rooms will hold which session. The 4 sessions are trade in and agro-processing, trade in agriculture and agro-processing. The other is financial inclusion and enhancing ICT infrastructure. The third is bilateral dialogue on oil and gas. And finally, tourism. And so if you fall in the 4 sectors, here are the allocated rooms for this conversation, and they're all on the building next to the pool side. So you take the stairs to the first floor. You will find trade in agriculture and agro-processing that is facilitated by our partners. ABSA is in Acacia Hall. Trade in agriculture and agro-processing, facilitated and sponsored by ABSA, is in Acacia Hall. Financial inclusion and enhancing ICT infrastructure, that is sponsored by Sanlam, will be in Ebony Hall. Financial inclusion and enhancing ICT infrastructure, sponsored by Sanlam, will be in Ebony Hall. Bilateral dialogue on oil and gas. Initially, this was a closed session. It's an open session. It will be in Jacaranda, and this is sponsored by Stanbic. Bilateral dialogue on oil and gas in Jacaranda Hall, sponsored by Stanbic. And finally, tourism. The session on tourism, sponsored by Nile Breweries, is in Mahogany Hall. Mahogany Hall. So those are the 4 halls. They're on the building, the 3-story building next to the pool, on the first floor. All the 4 halls are there: Acacia, Ebony, Jacaranda, and Mahogany. They're well labeled, so if you walk there and you're not so sure of which session, you will still see the specific session that will be taking place in those rooms. Again, if you're looking for the program, the QR code is on the screens in the room. Pick the QR code. It should link you straight to the site and give you the entire program guide. And again, tonight we have a gala dinner, and we've specifically prepared for you a great evening for good conversations and great Ugandan food. All right? So you're welcome. Let your neighbor know when they come. There will be a gala dinner, just in case we don't mention it again. And I'm requesting, as soon as we start, you will reset your watch to 60 minutes, and that's when lunch will be served. All right? So I hope you left some space for lunch. Brenda, the suggestion would be you make your way to the front so that you will invite our very first speaker, and then the panel thereafter. So we need to start so that everyone knows that we are starting.
deadly charm. Wicked smile.
When the only person who worked for you was you. Yep, my family was growing. I worked 16-hour days to put food on the table.
You needed to do something different that would help you stand out, and it made all the difference.
I could barely keep my shelves stocked.
You started this business to feed your family.
Now it's the family business.
We see you're great. Katukuyambe okusesamu with Absa Business Banking. Speak to us about how we can help you get it done.
Such a sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. From the look of your eyes, gazing into the night full of mystery. And just like Mercury, you can be hard to hold. You shine like the diamond of a distant star. You're more alluring than gold. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. A sweet serenade. A sweet serenade. I remember it all so very vividly, my sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. My sweet serenade, sweet serenade.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome to this second session that will be starting very shortly. And as we just hold fort for a couple of minutes, I do see the very first speaker walking in, and we should be able to start. But just to once again welcome you to this second session, we'll try and tighten it up so we are able to have lunch just after 2 and then be in the parallel sessions immediately after 3. And I have talked to our moderator for the next session, Brenda, who has spoken to her panelists to try and keep the conversation as tight as possible. I welcome you back. As I mentioned, our parallel sessions will be happening immediately after lunch. The session locations I will share a little later for those of you who've just walked in. But I did mention the different halls where the 4 parallel sessions will be taking place. I also, in a very special way, want to appreciate our sinologists for inclusion purposes who are offering sign language to our digital audience, our online audience on YouTube, and all the social media platforms that are streaming the summit online. And if you want a platform for the summit, or a link for the summit, that can also be provided for you by the secretariat at the back, or you could reach out to any of the ushers for that information. The Honorable Minister and Your Excellencies, the delegates, the industry captains, I really want to welcome you back. First is a conversation on trade and investment, the priorities and opportunities. We will be listening, of course, into the presentations that will be happening shortly. And thereafter, we will have our panel sessions that will be moderated by Ms. Brenda Opas, who is a member of PASED. So I want to quickly observe all the protocol, Honorable Minister, and all our key partners, and invite our Chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, Mr. Odrek Rabogo, to come and kickstart this conversation on trade and investment environment, looking at the enablers and the hurdles. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Odrek Rabogo.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we resume our seats? So we have just 15 minutes of, 20 minutes of what I want to share with you, and then we start our second session. So the honorable ministers who are still here, the government officials who are here, I think I saw Investment Authority, the delegation from South Africa, of business people, all our exhibitors who made it today, all our sponsors. Let me start by thanking MTN. If I could have, there are two sisters of mine, they know who I'm talking about. Just stand and we clap for them. I know they have people above them. Cuba and Sylvia. Yes. Thank you so much. A commitment is a commitment, because this commitment has been on for the last 4 or 5 years, but since last year, there's been a drive and passion and insistence that we fulfill what the President of Uganda asked for, which was that if you invest in a country and you're successful, you should look at other sectors that have not yet made it and bring about corporate influence and ensure that you can do value addition, you can do manufacturing, you can create jobs for young people. All our sponsors, I will really be doing a disservice if I don't talk about you as all the banks that are here, all insurance companies, our brothers from Nile Breweries, SAB Miller, our brothers from DSTV, and really generally the Federation of South African Businesses in Uganda. I want to thank you so much for this collective effort, working together to ensure that we can do this return summit. And I'm hoping that we can continue this conversation in a much more structured way and deal with the outcomes of today. Now, we played a video clip there, and really what I want to share with you very quickly is that COVID had something good about it. Sometimes there's something they call the law of unintended consequences. COVID shut the whole world down. It shut our country longest. We had the longest shutdowns, but it taught us to work together. It taught us that not one person, not one institution can do a job. In our country, we had security working with health, health working with tourism, tourism working with immigration. And for me, I have held on to those lessons because we figured out that to recover, we needed to study some gaps. And this is how we arrived at asking MTN and the sponsors to help. Gaps in those 13 sectors that were played on the video. And we thought that if we look at what one can do in those gaps and fill them, we would arrive at USD $6 billion in the next 5 years in terms of exports. We would look at the markets differently, and we would make changes in terms of helping farmers to improve production, but also finding markets in our brother countries. Now, so we took the whole journey. It takes about 8 steps to produce a product from the farm to when a consumer takes it. This can be said of a service or any other in business. So you have a farmer who requires inputs and implements. And that farmer cannot act alone. There you need some changes. You need technology. You need companies that can support that farmer or a group of farmers to ensure that they are able to produce the right quality and standard. Then number two, you have an aggregator. If you are in fruits and vegetables or flowers, there is something they call a pack house. The aggregator has pack houses, and people come and inspect government institutions to ensure that this aggregator has the standard that will be bought by a consumer. Then you have a transporter who is licensed from the aggregator to deliver that product to a shipper. And then at a shipper, you have warehousing. You have institutions of government like SARS and URA to ensure that this shipper fulfills the standard, the bills of lading. Those of you, many of you are in business, you know what I'm talking about. So from a shipper, you have a distributor. From a distributor, you have a salesperson. A salesperson speaks the language of the market, communicates very well. From there, you have a retailer. A retailer measures the shelf space, and shelf space is a point of either profit or loss. And then you have a consumer. These steps, we map to them. We looked at them and say, how do we bridge the gap? And so we decided that we're going to take some of those of you who come from Uganda know a district called Gulu. Gulu is literally the center of Africa. Flat land, good agricultural potential, and opportunities. So we looked at total 572,000 acres, that district alone, with 11 units of government. But of that acreage, 549,000 land, and it's not farmed. What is farmed is like 30%. And so we thought, what improvements can you make in terms of getting these lands, create consortiums, map that journey from the farmer up to the consumer, and have some targets. So that's how we arrived at that 6 billion, and eventually how we ended in South Africa in February. So we said we would make some disruption. You know, many of you who are my age know that young people are disruptors. Yeah? The technology of today will be useless by 2030. The consumer of today is not the consumer of 2030. Businesses know that. Huh? Even in politics, the voter of today, 5 years to come, they are different. So we thought, make these interventions first on markets. Get to the markets with your wide open eyes. Stop blind trade. Don't go to South Africa or to the US, in these places where we've been, without market research, without tests and preferences, without understanding how people want your product from the farm eventually to the consumer. And we found when you have a market, it demands a standard. So we got into standards and improving our labs and ensuring that we have laws and regulations that make sure that our food is safe. When you have those two, they demand a particular infrastructure. You have to improve your airports, your aerodromes, your exit points. When you've done those three, you need money to underwrite invoices of exporters. So we're making these changes so that small businesses that we have in Uganda cease to be small. When they meet with you in South Africa or here, they have a conversation of mature people that are able to handle some things. That's our task. That's what we're working on, and that's how we ended in South Africa. So just to remind ourselves, we went with 4 questions to South Africa. We got some answers. We are now here 6 months. We want to present those answers where we can and set new questions. So I told the MTN people that we need to have a conclave after this session and say, what did we set out to do as business people, as companies? What did we achieve in Feb? What have we done now? Where do we want to head? So we had 4 objectives very quickly. 1, the banana people we went with, the fish people, the fruits and veg, the tourism people, the beef people, because we went with 25 companies. Would we find buyers and distributors of these products? And there was a lot of interest in avocado, in macadamia, in coffee. I was excited about that because if we're able to increase a bit of sales to each other, we balance out this very lopsided trade that we have between our 2 countries. Huh? So that was question number one. Question number two, we said, would we be able to lower the logistics charge for exports to South Africa from Uganda and vice versa? Because we know there's some 4,900 kilometers between Kampala and Johannesburg, and it's not very cheap to ship to South Africa and vice versa. And so we ensured that we work around lessening the cost per kilo of shipping fruits, vegetables, vanilla, and other things to South Africa. As I will be telling you, Uganda Airlines has an arrangement for that. If they're here, they will share with you when time comes. Question number three, we went to South Africa in February with was, would we attract capital, skill, and partnerships to process more food, to deal with more storage capacity for the country, to deal with refrigeration? Because the cost of these things, a cost per square meter of a warehouse is in the north of $9, $10. There's more space to have refrigeration, more space to deal with transportation. So we wanted to have a conversation around those things as business to business and see what government is able to do. And then we said number four, would we be able to improve the business environment to ensure that we allow more investment? President Ramaphosa posed a question to us. How is it that we've dropped from 70 companies to 33? And so we went back, we were asking ourselves, is it taxation? Is it immigration or migration? Is it companies that have taken loans and they are not paying? Or is it that some capabilities and capacity has grown in Uganda and we need to find another way to structure the relationship we have between our two countries? These were the four, as a reminder, four questions we went asking. This is what we found. One, interest in distribution of food and food products, cut flowers, tea, coffee, animal fats, essential oils. I could go on and on. This interest was very strong. There was even a company, I think its leader might be here. Is Blendtons here? Did they come? Is Buteres here? Okay. I'm using these companies as an example. So there was one company, apart from the Uganda, Andrew Muchibi you had, in Durban, that said, give me clarity of amounts of these products available so that I don't have stockouts when I take your products. Tell me the capacity you have to handle fresh fruits at Entebbe with your 1,000 square meters of installed capacity. So we picked a lot of interest in this area. There was a retailer who I even encouraged, come. We met with Uganda Railways Corporation and tried to give them warehousing at the railway goods shed. We tried to speak to Tanzania Ports Authority to ensure that they can store their products. And so for me, we kept following these things when we found that level of interest. But there's been some weaknesses in executing that interest, so we really think that this session, this summit now allows us to reflect and say, how do we do better? The second finding we got was that this cost of logistics has to go down, so we worked with Uganda Airlines to take a kilo of fresh fruits and vegetables from $2.7 to $1. We asked for dedicated space at Entebbe for products going South Africa. We ensured that the president made strategic announcements on game parks for our tourists coming from South Africa, aerodromes to make sure that they are improved, and these decisions we follow through based on that summit we had in Feb, that we would have more charters. We have a target of some 600 people per week. If we could get half of those from South Africa, our hoteliers, our eggs, our chickens, and us who go to South Africa would consume these products. We found that there was interest in Uganda Air Cargo for flights of products to Congo, to DRC, to Mogadishu, to Juba, and we're working around that area to see if there's a strategic partnership by the time we end this summit. That was number two finding. Number three, capital and assembly. So we spoke to MTN, and I hope that we follow through with this, that would find an OEM to assemble smartphones, because 30% of our cell phone footprint is smartphones. The rest are our usual phones we call KBDT. So MTN agreed that they, by May, and now it's September, would find someone to do assembly and assembly in country. You also had the Monsis who agreed to assemble transformers. We dealt with 5G capacity to ensure that issues to do with Ugandan doctors, Dr. Echun is here, that they would be able, 44 surgeons we have in South Africa, they would be able to do operations online with Mlago. So Dr. Echun, this is handled. That they would handle mineral beneficiation and waste treatment. And, you know, we'll deal with those things. This is what we picked and we've been working on. And then number 4, that would improve the business environment. Now, this business environment is a huge elephant in the room, but for me as an African, I speak to Africans as brothers, brutally honest, because if we don't speak to each other, clearly, we don't grow. What you don't confront, you don't deal with. So we thought, how do you deal with this business environment? Let's appoint a trade representative. And we appointed one in South Africa, Arif Monsi. Arif, are you here? Okay. So Ambassador Paul, you need to bring Monsi here and he tells us what he's doing, how he is doing it, how he's coordinating with you, how he's coordinating with the Ugandan diaspora in South Africa. But we were trying to be deliberate about where do you go if there are problems of Ugandans there, and we'll appoint more with time. So we wanted South Africa to appoint a trade rep here, who business to business, we can have conversations and deal with conflict resolutions quicker. Because part of what I do is to remove those roadblocks wherever they are, and in a very brutal way, we deal with them because we want to grow. Our young people cannot wait for the lateness of decision making in our continent. That's why they leave us and go to Europe. And I feel like we don't have time. A day should be 27 hours. Now, we have also tried, we are beginning training in export preparedness for each market. We finished the US. Next month, we start with South Africa. Don't go into that market without preparation as a company. We are going to conduct research on tests, on preferences, on capital, on skills, and what more. We're beginning a trade fund. $350 million that we will be kicking off soon, to make sure that we can underwrite invoices of businesses that have found market, but they are not able to balance. You know, when you buy from the farmer, he wants instant payment, but the market pays you after 2-3 months. What do you do? So we're fixing this because we had commitments made in Feb for exports. Yesterday, I sat in a meeting. I'm hoping government will speak about this tomorrow. I had good conversations on immigration. I had good conversations with URA. I had some things which tell me that we are making a move in those areas, and we need to hold each other accountable so we can help businesses to grow. Now, where do we want to go before I can resume my seat? We went with 4 questions. We picked 4 areas of interest and we're working on them. Some of them we fixed them. Where do we want to go? So when I was a young boy at university, I studied economics. There was a principle we used to call time compression diseconomies. It means that the extent to which a course of action becomes costlier or less efficient when you push it. That every resource you like, if you exert pressure on it, it becomes useless. And reputations and relationships are like that. So for me, I feel that we have begun a conversation in these 2 summits. And we need to be honest with each other when it comes to immigration. Wherever there is an issue, let's deal with it. When it comes to taxes, let's deal with it. When it comes to repatriation of capital, let's deal with it. And we deal with it not in a rushed manner, but deal with it consistently, because the next generation will not take slowdowns and the delays of decisions that stand in the way of jobs. So, 4 things where I think we should head. First, corporate influence. MTN or Stanbic or you institutions that have done fantastic work in Uganda, I want to ask you, market leadership means market responsibility. There's a reason you have an ecosystem that has made you successful, but there is a missing link called dealing with agriculture and poverty and exports. And I want more engagement there to understand our societies very well and ensure that they will speak for 10 hours on phone, but they will not go to the garden to dig, or they will not adhere to a standard. So I want you to be in the same mind with me on ensuring that we know each other culturally, we know each other at an elemental level, and we use our corporate influence to create more customers for the future. Number 2, that we work hard to balance this trade. This trade is $200 million, 80% is one way. And some people will not tell you, but it bothers some of us, because the relationship should be a little bit balanced. So industrial materials, imports we bring here, we too want to do some processing. So I just want to give you an example. We grow 8 million bags, 60 kg coffee. But we import 99% of what we drink. And it's Nescafe, 80% of that. And speaking to you as brothers, you know where Nescafe and these, so there are 10 companies in Europe that in between them control $55 billion annually in processing. And some of us who have gone inside and asked questions, they tell us, you're not ready, your labs are not certified. I say, but we can deal with this. What is lab and certification? When the attitude is right, we can do it. Now, so the strategy for us where we want partnership is that we produce 1,500 metric tons of roast and ground coffee to drink, all of us in Uganda, out of those 8 million bags. Very small. So my strategy is that if you find me a strategic partner to ensure that I can push this to 10,000 metric tons, just from 1,000 to 10,000, that's around 50,000, 45,000 metric tons of green. If I can convert it, then we would speak about taxes on packaging material. Would be very deliberate on what we're trying to do. Would speak about taxes on plungers, the ones we use in offices to ensure that we can drink coffee domestically. We can speak about things that will grow that sector in a much more intentional way. That's partly what we're asking in terms of balancing that trade, but also using corporate influence. What I said of coffee could be timber, could be design apparel, could be leather, could be all these things that we handle, could be joint assembly for tractors for the land I mentioned in Gulu, could be fertilizers. These are things we think our companies can partner and work with you. The third one is the question of quality marks for South African products and Ugandan products, conformity assessments. So when we take products South Africa, sometimes we find Western Cape has a Q mark, and Mpumalanga has a Q mark, and another state has a Q mark. And often it's very difficult for us to integrate these. Yet, Uganda is doing fantastic progress on food safety. We're appointing a food safety ombudsman. We're working on plant, animal, feeds, and food safety standards. The National Bureau of Standards has worked with Africa Common Market, and they've done training and joint conversation on how you deal with these issues. If we deal with this, we would be able to improve trade and make sure that we can speak the same language. And then finally, I ask that we be intentional on removing all barriers to in between, and this is just both Uganda and South Africa. So this morning I read the story, I don't know, those of you who like reading, a story about the Luddites. The Luddites are 19th century. It was a movement in Britain to knock down with hammers factories that were doing assembly or doing spinning, because spinning factories were taking away jobs from skilled handmaids. And so they would shoot owners of factories to say, we are going to bring a law that taxes a shirt made by a machine. Many of you know that we cannot fight technology. We cannot fight change of young people wanting borders opened and ensuring that they can trade with each other. So my request really is that moving forward, we need to be very deliberate on ensuring that our markets are open, our institutions cooperate, and the main thing is that we facilitate the private sector, because it's the one that switches on the lights and grows our economies. So as I resume my seat, across there in that tent, which is meet and greet, we put some young people, because we don't want this session, this summit, to end without some signing of off-takes. So if you have ability, or you know someone who is able to buy among these 13 products that were displayed there, or a service, we want to take your number, your name, your details, and follow through, so that we are able to get something out of this interaction. If you have a company and you want to buy equity in a Ugandan company in those sectors, we want to have a genuine conversation about that. If you're looking for a catalog of companies that have been trained, they may be weak in terms of capital, but they have the right attitude. There are some young people there that I would like that we speak to. I am hoping UIA, you will help us speak about the question of PPP. The Honourable Minister mentioned some things. Our PPP law, the question of carryovers of people who, don't contribute as shareholders, and conflict resolution when there is trouble, and equity. This is very important. The Honourable Minister has pointed us into some of the things that are not said but affect a relationship. I want to thank again MTN. Is Charles Mbire still here? So I wanted to thank Charles, because people are forgotten whenever there is growth. There was a person who began the relationship with MTN in 1997. And I wanted us to clap for him, because the older we get, the more we are forgotten. MTN pays a lot of tax, employs people, but someone had the audacity to say you can do cell phones in Uganda. I thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Audrek another round of applause? Those who may not know, Audrek is also a farmer, and he has an investment in this country, and so he's speaking with experience. And sometimes people think that a lot of the people are good at saying the right things but are not practicing what they're saying. But Audrek is one of those who actually practices what he says, and those who, of course, would like to have a conversation with him and his team, they're available, as he said, in the lounge, and you can meet the team, especially for the matchmaking, which his committee is handling. Just a quick note before I invite the Honourable Minister to come. The press team, the special tags for tomorrow, because you will have and will need a special access tag, the members of the press, you can pick them in the media tent at the back. Please ensure you pick your media press pass. I now take the pleasure again, because we're still talking to trade and investment environment, enablers and hurdles. I want to invite the Deputy Minister for Trade, Industry and Economic Development of South Africa, the Honorable Ngina, to come and speak to us. Can we give her a Ugandan warm welcome?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me greet His Excellency, our President of Uganda, that will be meeting him tomorrow. Ugandan ministers, good afternoon. Let me greet the South African ministers that were with here, together with my colleague, the Deputy Minister. Greeting to our own sister here, the High Commissioner. I could hear Sis Lulu. When you're in Ghana, the Lulu Kungwan, they call it in a certain way. Let me remind you back home and call you Lulu Kungwan. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me greet also the advisor to the president is Mr. No, it's fine. Advisor, thank you very much, even for the briefing that we have just received from you, stating exactly how business can be done in Uganda. Is it too far? Okay. Oh, thank you. Above it all, let me greet all the business people that are here, that have made it possible for this day to take place. And we just wish and believe that something good will come out of this summit. First of all, I would really like to thank the government and the people of Uganda for the warm welcome that has been extended to our delegates since we have arrived here in this beautiful country known as the Pearl of Africa. Thank you very much again for the warm welcome that we have received. I also wish to bring the warm greetings from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Whenever we go all out to such missions, really our wish back home as the government of South Africa, more especially as DTIC, is that we come up with agreements when people are going to be meeting B2Bs that are going to be happening. We believe that something good is going to be coming out of this, and we are going to be working and extending the trade balance that we have between the two countries that are here today. Our participation in this historical event is a clear demonstration of our commitment and deep desire to deepen trade and investment in relation between these two countries. In September 2002, our two countries signed a bilateral trade agreement. The overall aim of this agreement is to essentially increase the levels of doing business and increase the flow of goods between our two countries. Over the last 5 years, South African exports to Uganda has seen a marginal decrease from 2.1 billion in 2018 to 1.7 billion in 2022, while South African imports from Uganda grew from 102 million in 2008 to 304 million in 2022. I'm mentioning these figures because I'm sure as I'm mentioning them, you will all agree with me that these numbers are extremely low and much needs to be done by the two governments working in close collaboration with the business community to significantly improve the value of our bilateral trade and narrow this deficit that I've just mentioned. In terms of investments, currently over 57 South African companies have invested or are operating in Uganda. And we are looking forward to say, from this, we are going to see more of our South African companies coming in this side and more of the Ugandan companies coming to South Africa. These investments are quite diversified and cover so many areas that have been mentioned around here, but we notice that they cover mostly on agriculture, the issues of agro-processing, of which we are taking a lot of interest. We've seen the banking and the finance sector that has been here, construction and hardware, consultancy, and legal services, a lot of services that are being here, energy and environment, entertainment, healthcare, hospitality and tourism. We've seen a lot of ICT, telecommunication, manufacturing, mining, retail, fast foods and transport. I can mention quite a number of sectors that are being covered. During the business forum held in South Africa on the 28th of February 2023, our two presidents called on the private sector to partner with the two governments to increase the trade investment flow between the two countries. Again, standing here, we're proud as to say to our private companies, you heeded the call that was made by our presidents. Hence, we are here today. Thank you very much to that. This Trade and Investment Summit is an important stepping stone to implement the outcomes of the business forum that was held in 2022. We'll therefore like to take this opportunity again to congratulate the government of Uganda and private sector partners, mostly named MTN, ABSA, MultiChoice, Sanlam, Stanbic, Nile Breweries, and Woolworths, and so many of you, our business partners, that have made sure that you convene this event. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, it is, and it will be remiss of me if I fail to recognize the enormous challenges and difficulties our business people, men and women, that they still face when trading or attempting to do business in our respective countries. I know those challenges have been deliberated more, and I really want to concur that in all the meetings that we'll be having with our business people, with our counterparts in Uganda, that's one area where we said together, we are going to look at these challenges. Let us have a dedicated committee that is going to look and try and iron out these challenges so that we can see a better flow of our companies coming here to do business. And I'm not even going to mention them, but just a few, the issues of the regime, the tax regime. I know the advisor to the president in Uganda has elaborated very well, and we really acknowledge the commitment that we got from our counterparts, even in the meetings yesterday, is to say that's one of the challenges and one area that we are going to be looking at. Our team will just look at and say, what is it that we can do? I know even coming to both sides, countries, the issues of visas, it has been elaborated on that. We'll be working on that, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that it is easy to do business between the two countries. We are very much encouraged about some of the progress that is already made. For an example, through the implementation of the Authorized Economic Cooperation Mutual Recognition Agreement, which was signed during the state visit to South Africa, by His Excellency, the President here in Uganda. The implementation of this agreement is designed to ease the movement of goods and services between the two countries. We'd like to congratulate South African Revenue Services again, and Uganda Revenue Services for taking this bold step. It is going to be assisting in easing the way we can do business. At the continental level, the recent submission of the EAC and SACU tariff offers under the African Free Continental Free Trade Area also represents a major milestone in our efforts to enhance bilaterals and intra-Africa trade. This positive development will enable South Africa and the Ugandan companies to access each other's market on preferential terms for 90% of our tariff book. Again, we need to celebrate that. This is certainly a game changer for our two countries and the rest of the African continent. When I look at, let me recognize for the first time that when two governments have met, their follow-up meetings, it's held within 6 months of the agreements that have been taken. For me, this is very much encouraging. It shows that both countries took those agreements, the MOUs that have been signed very seriously. Hence, we are here today. It's quite encouraging that we look forward to working closely and help create a more conducive environment for trade and investment, and really with the courage and the commitments that we've seen between the two countries, I can assure you this is going to flourish. The momentum that we have started in this area of bilateral trade and the quest for trade balance between the two countries must never be watered down. We must cooperate with each other. We must be open and be honest to each other and seek lasting solutions where there are areas where we seem to have disagreement. Our people in both countries want progress, they want prosperity, they need employment and improvement of their life, of their living conditions. I'm saying, and I want to say this again, together the two countries are going to reach their destiny if ever we keep the momentum that we have just shown that we are having. But what we want to reiterate as a country, as South Africa, is that South Africa is open for investment. We'll try by all means to move away whatever barriers that will be there in making sure that we continue with this good relationship that we have with Uganda, and as government in South Africa, as DTIC, will be open to work with our companies to help them, to hold them by hand in making sure that they do get those agreements in this country. Thank you very much, Program Director.
I was not happy to hear just a few people clapping for what was a very, very honest statement. I'll just stay with the last lines, Honorable Minister. Our people want progress, our people want prosperity, people want to see social transformation in their lives. That's what we need to do for our people. And I really want to thank you, Honorable Minister, for your candid conversation and the fact that we need to be honest with each other as we have these conversations representing our people, the people of Uganda and South Africa. I want to quickly transition to trade and investment, the priorities and opportunities. I did speak to both Peter and Greg, and they said, don't worry, we are aware it's coming close to lunch, and the energy levels are going down. But then they said, but we also have seen the sweets have come. So we are getting the glucose in. So I want to invite representing the Director General at the Uganda Investment Authority, Peter, please come and make your very short presentation. And then we'll transition to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Uganda Investment Authority.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Representing the Director General, my name is Peter Mramira. The Director General has asked that I convey a message of hope, a message that reassures the audience of the commitment of government, and on behalf of the Ministry of Trade and Investment, under the Ministry of Finance, and the Board and Management of Uganda Investment Authority, I would like to thank the organizers that have very well put together this assembly right from when we met in February in South Africa, continuing to make this a very, very successful assembly. Please, let's give them a hand clap. I'd also like to appreciate the previous speakers, where we at after all the protocols in order, is a place where we need now to discuss what are the priorities for government, what are our priorities as Uganda and South Africa, but most importantly, where are these opportunities that we can pick from so that we can see impact. The previous speaker, the advisor to the president, did give indication of those key silent issues that we should focus on. In my presentation, I'd like to attract your attention and invite you to what Uganda Investment Authority is focusing on in the short to medium term. The sectors that we would like to focus on as far as South Africa and Uganda business is concerned are in three categories. We want food supply to increase. That is agriculture and food security, mining, and ICT. Our chairman, Mr. Morrison Rakakamba, highlighted the figures in terms of where there is uptake and as far as the untapped potential. We do recognize that there is going to be continuous population explosion, and therefore that population will require food. Where we are at the moment is that we sit at a place of being a food basket for the region. And the region I speak to now is no longer East Africa. It is the expanded East Africa, which is including the Democratic Republic of Congo, Southern Sudan, and soon, probably, Somalia and East Ethiopia. Agriculture in itself presents an opportunity for us in various commodities, but most importantly, coffee, cocoa, maize, and bananas. I see a time coming when we are being creative about these products that we produce. Nescafe is not good enough, and my previous speakers highlighted on it. Are we comfortable with the taste of bananas? Is it time that we started seeing things like sweet and sour bananas? We wanted to invite that kind of extent of deep and deliberate value addition in these areas of focus. We have had good yields over the past years. The fertilizer industry and the industry under which also harbors our innovation and business process outsourcing is an opportunity where we see growth. The other sector of mining looks at untapped value of over $15.6 billion. Gold alone is around about 3.4 billion. That's a valuation at the moment in which we believe that South Africa can tap in. That's before we get into copper, cobalt, nickel, and other rare earth elements. We believe that after mines and minerals, ICT also presents main opportunities, and we'll continue to invite you to have a look at our one-stop center that has assembled competitive studies around where these opportunities are across the country. We do have here present the team that is working very closely with the one-stop center, and they are here during today and tomorrow. Right at the back, they will continue to give support in terms of information as far as these competitive studies across the area of Uganda to show us where these opportunities are. The other sector that presents us opportunities is pharmaceuticals. You've had the imports lie at about $500 million, but that's just the opportunity over the last 3 years. We want to see this grow to $1 billion, and His Excellency recently reminded us that we need to achieve, and certainly you know that our President is our chief investment promoter. We want to achieve this through industrialization, and in the next 5 years, we are charged with building and constructing operational industrial parks across the country, 25 of them, and this is across the whole country. I'd like to invite South Africa to this opportunity where we will be able to give also specific incentives that are tied together with those industrial parks. We would like also to focus very much in the area of tourism. Tourism, not just accommodation, but we also want to be creative in terms of the high-end areas of our accommodation, and our parks are full of live, good animals and plants and birds to watch, and we would like these opportunities to be tapped and give us a good relationship and business ventures between South Africa and Uganda. Again, ladies and gentlemen, where we are at in the next part of our journey, I see us looking for opportunities that will make us be more collaborative, have more strength in terms of deliberate effort. Such sessions deliver us deals, and would like to see these more in terms of roadshows that we are marketing together and seeing this as a joint effort. As far as these opportunities are concerned, I wanted to spend just a few minutes to speak about other incentives that come along with these opportunities so that we can focus and see how best we can leverage on these opportunities. We have earlier on discussed the area of market. Our population is growing, and we'll continue to see an upthrust of population that will attract and consume these products that we are looking at. Our strategic location helps in terms of both markets in the region, but also going up to North Africa following the Nile. We would like also to be competitive, and therefore Uganda would like to position itself and Uganda Investment Authority as the best destination for all your investment, and we would like to give you a good reception as far as taxes are concerned. You've heard our chairman mention about the 10-year tax holiday for agro-processors, 10 years income tax holiday for exporters of finished consumer and capital goods, and tourism specifically. Exemption is on all imports as far as hotel equipment is concerned, as far as materials for accommodation are concerned. Our incentives are also in the area of infrastructure. We've also had improved road network. So that means that our markets from north to south to east are all well connected. It takes me only 4 hours to connect from here to Kapchora. That means that you are able to connect if you're dealing with different produce, assemble them and be able to put them on a wheel, and they move very quickly out of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the services are enormous, and for us the opportunity now lies into how we can work together as far as boosting our output. Presidential Advisor Mr. Rawogo mentioned something to do with equity and PPPs, and I would like to spend a minute to speak about the contribution that we are seeing in the equity space. As far as the law is concerned, repatriation of profits that come out of that in terms of share agreements are untampered with. Our laws here allow you to repatriate profits as you wish, and the environment allows that as soon as you realize any investable profit, you will be able to either take it or reinvest it here. The law of PPP is also open. We are seeing a lot of upside, both foreign direct investment coming in that angle and local domestic investors. We would therefore like to also invite South Africa to have an input as far as that PPP space is concerned. We have bankable projects, a list and a compendia of them is online on our website, and I'll ask that before you go, you visit our booth, and we'll be able to give you a live feed of these ready projects that we can invest in, and these cut across all the sectors that I've mentioned, and today will be that day that you'll sign up a good deal that you remember when you are in Uganda. As far as the other services are concerned, we have a dedicated team that looks at how you come in terms of your licensing. We have a team that makes sure that that license that you apply for online is issued in only 24 hours. So we want to make it very easy for all of you. In terms of your stay in the country, we have a fully-fledged business facilitation team that works hand in hand with you to address any bottlenecks, that while you're here, you'll be able to be looked after, and during your stay in Uganda, you will have no issues as far as either any agency of government is concerned. Under the mandate that we do have a one-stop center that has over 16 other agencies in one roof. That means that we are able to connect easily. The word is collaboration. And when I see who is in this room, the commitment at the level of the minister, the level of the ministers from South Africa, and other business leaders that are in this room, I am confident that we shall work together to ensure that we are leveraging on this potential. And I would like to thank you again very much for blessing this function and coming in good numbers to Uganda, and wish you good deliberations for the rest of the stay in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. And Peter and the entire, can we give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Peter and the entire UIA team are here, and at your call, as he mentioned, they have a booth in the exhibition area, and there will be teams ready to work on your investment policy and give you immediately an investment certificate as soon as you register with them and are ready to roll. I see before Greg comes, and I think I need to help Greg. Greg, you can walk here as I ask the team. Let's all stand. We need some energy back in the room. So let's stand. Even after I gave you sweets, some of you are slanting in your chairs. Honorable Ministers, you don't have to. I don't have the powers to make you stand. But all right. So stretch, stretch and find some space if you can. Let's stretch. Just make sure you don't hit your neighbor, right? I have been told by Nile Breweries they can't help you right now. They'll help us later in the dinner, in the gala dinner. So my suggestion is let's try and stretch as we can. I just have another 40. Yeah, DJ, that's good. Another 40 minutes and we have lunch. Trust me. Lunch is ready. It's a 5-course meal. Unfortunately for the moderators of the sessions after lunch, I don't know what you'll do. Yeah, 5-course meal for lunch. But you have to eat it in 40 minutes. All right. Anyway, please take your seats. Take your seats. Thank you so much. May we now put our hands together for the Director, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Mr. Greg Munyonyo, who is going to make his presentation. You're most welcome, Greg.
Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I bring you greetings from the cradle of mankind to the Pearl of Africa. It becomes very challenging to make a presentation after very good speeches and good information from business as well as members of government. So I was requested to make a presentation to make a case in investing in South Africa. So my presentation is going to be very short, considering that lunch is around the corner. So I'm going to look into those 4 priorities over there to make sure that we give more data for potential investors in South Africa, especially from the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Looking at the diaspora, I think there might be some advantages or potential of investing in South Africa for this. So let us look at the South African data at a glance. So if one looks at that, we can see our GDP is at 419, and this puts South Africa as the 3rd biggest economy in Africa. But given this data, you can see that 31% of our GDP is contributed by exports. And most of the exports does come to Africa. So we are very privileged to have eight deep sea ports in South Africa, which assist us in extending this exports into the rest of the world. We are ably assisted by the 3 international airports in South Africa that helps to bring in tourism and business people to come to our side of the world and increase trade with the rest of Africa. So if you can look at the inflation, last quarter we had our inflation at about 5.4%, which was a reduction from the previous quarter. So with that, it means our economy is moving very reasonably. But I mean, 80% of our country is arable land as well. So that means we do have space for agriculture as well. So I mean, for a company exchange, it means we can have companies operating here in Uganda to come to South Africa and exploit the additional resources that we have. However, we have been able to send some of the 57 South African companies that came here to Uganda, and some of them are in the agro sector as well. So if we look at the economy and the strong value change, so I mean, we understand that South Africa has a diversified economic structure, and we have this open economy in the southern tip of Africa, which has abundance of natural resources. And I mean, when one looks at it, the resources that are in South Africa can easily be exploited because of the extensive modern infrastructure that is in the country. So our banking structure is illustrated by companies that are here in Uganda. The Stanbic of this world and the ABSA of this world attest to the ability of South Africa in the financial sector itself. So we are growing an ecosystem for innovation, technology, and fintech. The sectors that we are focusing on in South Africa, it's about 5 sectors. we have the green economy, and we have the resource-based industries, and the services industry. I hear from the speeches that Uganda would prefer to have oil and gas companies coming in here. So in the Western Cape, we do have an oil and gas hub that hosts a lot of oil and gas services. So maybe once we have signed in an MOU with the Ugandan Investment Authority, we can organize a dedicated group of people to come and explore more opportunities in Uganda within this sector. So, as you can see, we do have a reasonable size of a manufacturing sector, as well as the advanced manufacturing, which are led by some pharmaceutical companies and biochemical industries. Our defense industry is well known in Africa, and we sell some of the equipment in this country. So this is aided by preferential access to key world markets that South Africa has negotiated. So as you can see on this slide, we have about 8 agreements that we had with different trade blocs, as well as a direct preferential system with specific countries in the world. So if one looks at this area, it gives you the access of the markets in the world. So the special economic zones in South Africa that we have established, we have planned 15 of them, of which have different status. 5 of them are operational, and the other 5 are designated but non-operational. And we also have 5 of them which are proposed SEZs, as indicated in the slide over there. So South Africa has is in a fortunate position of having some of the global Fortune 500 companies operating in South Africa. So as you can see, these are the companies that operate in South Africa from the Fortune 500 companies. I must also add that we have started to attract some of the biggest African companies. And I mean, we can mention the Dangotes of this world from Nigeria. And we also have banking sector people from Africa, like Access Bank from Nigeria as well. So energy is a sector that we have much interest in South Africa because of our challenge with energy supply. And in agreement with the environmental issues, we are looking at green energy in South Africa. So the 4 key investment areas will be the rollout of renewable energy technology, and we also have opportunities in the energy storage area. So any technology within the green energy sector is invited to come and invest in South Africa. So we are also looking at the green hydrogen area. So the government has recently completed a green hydrogen commercialization strategy. So this slide shows the proposed areas where the green hydrogen opportunities can lie. So it gives a good idea of where this information can be. So if we move on into the healthcare sector, I noticed that in the Ugandan diaspora, there's a lot of people within the health sector. So these are the opportunities that can be extended within this area. The medical consumables are an easier, low-hanging fruit. The hospital furniture is also another area. But I mean, there are many other ways that people can get opportunities within the health sector itself. The auto sector is another a shining star of South Africa. We have about 7 OEMs that assemble vehicles in South Africa. Within this, we also have a very big retail sector in South Africa. On this slide, I've put in about 25 of them, but this is not an exhaustive list. There are many other which are not there. Within that, we also have the yellow metal industry within South Africa, so as indicated on this slide. So looking at the contribution of the auto sector in South Africa, they contribute about 9% to the GDP of the country. They also contribute about 12% of the export value of South Africa. And within Africa, we are sending about 54% of these vehicles into Africa. So as you can see, the destination of the manufactured vehicles from South Africa is about 152 destination in the world. So we are aiming to move the production from around 600,000 per annum to about 1 million per annum in this area. So looking at the new developments within the automotive itself, we are looking at investment mobilization for the battery and fuel cell manufacturing sector. So if we're looking at the minerals that are generally used within this sector, South Africa has it's #1 producer of manganese in the world. So having also titanium mineral concentrate at about 5%, that can form a base for the battery industry in South Africa itself. So since the minerals, other minerals which are used in this technology are found in Uganda, it makes sense to say there can be a collaboration within this technology area of production of batteries themselves. I heard that cobalt, there is some cobalt in Uganda. Our level of cobalt reserves in South Africa is very low. Maybe one can look at importation of this, once we get an investor in this area itself. Within the ICT and the digital technology area, we found that a number of global companies have set base in South Africa, and they have invested their money in South Africa as indicated there. Amazon Web, the Microsoft people, and Liquid Telecom Data Center are in South Africa itself. So this ICT and digital technology investments is the area where there is a lot of disruption in the business sectors. So for South Africa, we are looking into drafting the National ICT Master Plan, which has attracted additional investment from the companies listed over there. So the Department of Trade and Industry is working very closely with the Department of Communication and Digital Services to push this master plan. So why should investors consider South Africa? We have 10 reasons that are listed here. So this is 5 of them, and I'm sure this will attract more attention from the Ugandan community, business community. So the abundance of natural resources is one of our major items. South Africa produces about 75 commercially active minerals. So this is 75. We have mining in those 75, and we have a lot of reserves that hasn't been tapped yet. So for any additional mining activities, we can talk about that and see what we can do. So our labor availability is very high. So we have a young group of people that are looking for jobs in South Africa. Therefore, labor needs would not be much of a problem back in South Africa. So I have also listed information for those who need additional investment info from South Africa. The website is stated there for Invest SA, and we also have sector fact sheets, which gives more information for particular sectors that are listed over there. So for any of this fact sheet, investors can go to this website where you can download the fact sheets for those sectors. So we have also organized a one-stop shop for energy issues. So the website for the one-stop shop for energy is listed below. For additional info, these are the people who can assist in different sectors and in a generic form. I thank you.
I'm sure it is the energy levels, but I think we can do better. Can we give another round of applause for Greg? All right. So what we did, we sent out a short poll a short while ago. And the poll was, do we postpone lunch and have dinner instead of lunch? So that, because we came to talk about business. And the businessman said, forget about lunch. We are here to make money. And so we have scrapped lunch, right? And so we've asked the hotel to add it on our gala dinner. So we'll have both lunch and dinner at the same time at 7 p.m. during our gala dinner. Anyhow, I really want to apologize to all of you for two things. One, we lost time in the morning, and I need to appreciate the South African delegation. They were actually here before the Ugandan delegation. So can we give them another round of applause? So that is me formally apologizing for starting late on behalf of myself and Stephen. But now I also need to apologize. We are moving the next session. So Brenda and your team, the session, if you are looking at that program, that should have been happening very shortly, the testimonies, the success stories, we're moving that to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we've consulted. So it's not that me and Stephen sat and decided to change this. So we've consulted our partners, the sponsors who are on those panels, and of course some of our investors who are investing in South Africa and South Africans investing in Uganda, and they've accepted that we move this to the morning. So the morning session will start with the success stories. So Brenda and your session and your team will start with you at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we'll change that in the program. But I also want to remind you we have a gala dinner this evening, 7 p.m. You know, first of all, you must look regal because it's going to be a proper gala dinner. Oh, you're refusing, Sylvia? Okay, it's all right. So you've dressed down, eh? Okay, dressed down. All right. The bosses have said, but I will look regal. It's up to you. And then secondly, we are moving the parallel sessions to the following rooms, please. Following rooms. So please take note if you're in the following different categories. Optimizing opportunities for trade in agriculture and agro-processing, that's Acacia Hall. And that panel, Matthew is already here, will be moderated by Matthew Bagonza from PASIT. Promoting financial inclusion and enhancing ICT infrastructure and connectivity, that's Ebony Hall. Mildred Tohaise, a fellow journalist, is here and will be moderating that session. Promoting tourism between South Africa, Uganda, and improving movement in Africa through the AFCFTA is going to be in Mahogany. Mahogany Hall, that's the tourism people. I've seen the president of Uganda Tourism Association, I've seen the Uganda Hotel Owners Association executive director, and I have seen Amos Wekesa, who's just had a very successful Rwenzori Marathon. And the final session, and I've seen the moderator here, Peter Melissa from the Uganda National Oil Company, is on oil and gas, and that's in Jacaranda. So please, I suggest moderators have lunch with your panelists on the same table. Your lunch is just 30 minutes, right? And then the rest of us, it's 40 minutes. So I'll humbly request our protocol teams, if you can help with the ministers. I still have other announcements the ministers don't need to hear about, and the ambassadors. Protocol, if you can guide our ministers to their lunch. Protocol teams, you had asked me for this moment. So honorable ministers, feel free. You have a special area. Yours is a 6-course meal, ours is a 3-course meal. So our honorable ministers and the key partners, protocol, please. Foreign Affairs, I'm waiting to see our protocol teams manage my ministers. And then I'll continue with our conversation. So the parallel sessions are in the halls next door. But may I recognize, and I want to apologize to the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Peter Lokeris, the Minister for Minerals in the Ministry of Energy. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much, Honorable Peter, for joining us. Honorable Lokeris, who is here with us. So we will have the parallel sessions in the building next to the pool on the first floor, and those rooms are there. Our lunch is by the poolside. I'm sure you saw the same sitting arrangement where we had our coffee, and we are suggesting we'll do that for about 40 minutes. And so we will start our next session our parallel sessions for the moderators and panelists at exactly 3:30. At 3:30 is when we'll have the sessions begin. Our moderators, Peter, Matthew, Mildred, and Ambassador Mbulelo, please make sure we are starting at 3:30. So these are the rooms, if you just didn't pick them, very quickly. Trade in agriculture and agro-processing, that's Acacia Hall. Financial inclusion and enhancing ICT, that is Ebony Hall. Tourism is in Mahogany Hall. And finally, Jacaranda will host the oil and gas session. Moderators, please get your panelists and let's have lunch with them and have your 30 minutes. We are starting the next session at exactly 3:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, again, remember our gala dinner will start at exactly 7 p.m. You cannot miss that. We have a lot lined up for you, including some really great entertainment, great Ugandan food, and the awesome Ugandan spirit that runs in some of our favorite drinks, as sponsored by Nile Breweries. So please do make time to join us this evening for our gala night. I want to welcome you to lunch. Ensure that your neighbor is done with lunch at exactly 3:30. We will have a bell, and we will ring that bell 5 minutes to the start of the next session. So when you hear the bell, don't just ask what's happening. It's an alarm to let you know that the sessions will be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Bon appetit.
Remember when the only person who worked for you was you?
Yep. My family was growing. I worked 16-hour days to put food on the table.
You needed to do something different that would help you stand out, and it made all the difference.
I could barely keep my shelves stocked.
You started this business to feed your family.
Now it's the family business.
We see you're great. Katukuyambe okusesamu with Absa Business Banking. Speak to us about how we can help you get it done. That's Africanacity. That's Absa.
Private sector is the biggest employer of any sphere of engagement. The private sector employs more people than government. The private sector pays taxes. Those taxes go to the treasury. The treasury then allocates that money in the national budget. When they read the budget on June the 3rd, they are basically saying, this is the money we collected from you, and this is how we are going to spend it. It's only fair that the private sector takes the lead in terms of growing that profile. Like I said earlier, a lot of our business engagements are largely very, very primary products. So raw coffee, raw maize, raw iron ore. We need to transform that into steel. For that to happen, we need incentives. We need financial support. We need to mechanize. We need to train our private sector to skill business development services. All those things boost an economy and essentially create jobs, bring in income. But at the end of the day, we need to export. But we don't need to export at the primary level again. We need to export at value addition. And that sometimes does not come easy. That's why we are discussing the need to have joint ventures. So the summit in February and March was the first of its kind between Uganda and South Africa. Previously, the summits were political and they were based on diplomatic and political discussions. So as Private Sector Foundation, we met with a couple of private sector players in South Africa, mainly the Ugandan business community in Southern Africa. And we felt that summits from now onwards should really include the business community. And so PSFU offered to be the secretariat of the Ugandan contingent. And so we went to South Africa and had sideline meetings with the business community. Now, in those meetings, we mooted a couple of things. Number one was the need to increase trade and investment between Uganda and South Africa. we felt that it was necessary to reverse, to improve, but also to bolster our trade relationships. But being an African country, it was necessary that then we discuss elements of technology transfer, joint ventures. So essentially, we invited South African companies to come to Uganda and be part of the industrial transformation and value addition regime. The other element that we saw that was critical was the unfavorable travel to South Africa, which means that, for example, to go to South Africa, you need a South African visa. Many of our neighbors have visa-free entry access to the country. Uganda is still challenged. We felt that it was necessary that South Africa and Uganda removes visa requirements. We at Private Sector Foundation have been very pivotal in ensuring that we have as many members coming onto the table. We have 12 sectors: manufacturing, trade, ICT, minerals, oil and gas. We've got construction companies, financial services, professional services, tourism. Even the creative sector is going to be part of that. We need to have that discussion. Education is big. I trained in South Africa myself at Rhodes University in Grahamstown. It's important that the people in Grahamstown can come and have an exchange with Makerere University, UCU, Uganda Matters University. So the discussion is big, but it needs a sense of coordination. You must have a point of contact. And PSFU is that place of contact. We want to be the epicenter. We want to be a nerve center. We want to be a distributor. We want to be the midfielder, or the midwife, if you like, of some of these opportunities.
Uganda Investment Authority is a government agency whose role is to promote, attract, and facilitate foreign and domestic investment in Uganda. The agency advises government on investment policy and advocates for a competitive business environment. Uganda Investment Authority operates a one-stop center, which is the first point of contact for potential investors. It was established to facilitate the setup of investment in Uganda. Through the one-stop center, investors have access to all services required to set up a business and acquire an investment license in less than 24 hours. With your investment license, you will have access to Uganda's attractive tax and non-tax incentives. Here are the available investment opportunities in Uganda.